I now call the Huntsville City Council meeting to order. If all that are able to and like to, please rise for the invocation led by Chaplain Frederick Woods, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by the Chair.
Let us pray. Creator of both heaven and the earth, we beseech your divine presence upon this City Council session. We seek your wisdom, your leadership, guidance, and blessings upon each City Council member. We ask blessings upon all persons presenting to the many concerns in the various communities and hope to bring harmony, wellness, justice, and peace. Help us collectively that we are mindful what we do should be done as we are doing it for you. Bless the people of this entire city that we may further recognize your sovereignty, mindful of your greatness, and through you, each of us also can be great. According to my personal faith tradition, I ask this in the name of the Lord Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Chaplain Woods. The minutes from the regular council meeting, April 23rd, have been received, and they'll stand approved. There's no objections. We're now at resolutions and special recognitions. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could ask Kenny Anderson to come forward. Kenny has a young person to recognize tonight who is our CAFY Youth of the Month. And if the CAFY leadership crowd would come forward, Chief Hobbs and your photographer.
It's my privilege to present to the community tonight Destiny Brown. Come on up, Destiny. Destiny is a 12th grade student at Lee High School, and we had to shorten her list of accomplishments that she has actually experienced over the last 6 years. But just a few of those things include she volunteers at Manor House, she tutors in math and history, she assists with coaching the Chapman Middle School girls basketball team, she's a William Randolph Hearst Foundation annual U.S. Senate Youth Program participant. She's an Optimist Band Award winner. She's with Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Outstanding Student Award, Senior Class Officer, President of Venture Crew 400 President, President of Future Business Leaders of America. She's a member of the National Honor Society. I'm grinning too. This is really good stuff. Member of the Beta Club, member of the marching band at Lee High. She is an absolutely phenomenal candidate for the May Star 99.1 CAFY Young Citizen of the Month. Congratulations, Destiny. I'm going to turn the mic over now to Dr. Harry Hobbs with Huntsville Utilities. He has a short presentation.
Wow, you're involved in a lot of stuff, so we're going to give you a lot of stuff. Could you hold your bag for a minute, please, and help me out? Because you're so helpful. Kind of open your bag up. We got a little something for your mind, body, and soul here. When it rains in life, sometimes we got to get under the umbrella, okay? Every now and then, we got to just have a nice, nutritious drink. When you get as old as me, you might need a book to write stuff down. But in the meantime, you're a millennial, so here's a jump drive. You can keep the bag. And please don't all spend this in one place. Congratulations, man.
Lieutenant Rice.
Just want to commend you on a job well done and ask that you continue to be a leader. Be a leader in this community because you're making a difference. Thank you for all that you do. Congratulations.
And Destiny, I see that you brought some friends with you from Troop 400 who are out there. Would y'all please stand because y'all do such a good job. You have to also be part of the solution here too. Thank you. And Destiny, on behalf of the city, I want to give you a coin from the city. And the coins from the city are given to people who make a difference in this community and make this community better. And you have done that time and time again. As we read through, there are many, many times. And I want to say thank you. Thank you for the great job that you have done.
Thank you, sir.
Also want to recognize producer Bob in the back with Rocket City Broadcasting and Star 99.1. We thank them for their participation. Here's a certificate that's signed by the mayor, and also information that we hope will be beneficial to you as well. And we want you to know, as always, that you can nominate a nominee for this award every month by going to mystar99.com. We solicit and need your nominations. mystar99.com. Thank you.
Now, Destiny, did you want to say something? Oh, there, we cut her off.
I'd really just like to thank a lot of people for this award, because I couldn't have gotten here by myself. And the first person I really want to thank is God, because he's been there for me and my family all these years through all these tough times, and I wouldn't be where I am today without him. I'd also like to thank Dr. Hobbs for this award, and Mr. Kenny Anderson, and the other CAFY members as well, because this really motivates a lot of young people to do the right thing and actually be good citizens in the world and do something with their lives. And this is actually helping them to change that. So I want to thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a really nice award. Thank you. And thank you to the city council members for all that you do in our community. I really appreciate it, and I'm pretty sure a lot of other people do as well. And lastly, but certainly not least, I'd like to thank Troop 400 and my mother, who's sitting right there. Mom, I know it's been a tough 17 years, but you stuck with me, and I thank you for that.
What a great award. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming and giving our hearts something to look at, too. Some success stories in the community. Thank each of y'all, Troop 400. All right, if Ms. Robinson would come up, Councilwoman Robinson, we have an award for we have national champions in the room tonight. The national champion cyber team, who came from Grissom High School, and if they would come up, and Coach Christine Sutton, if you would come up and introduce your team. Come on up, guys. And if you would introduce your team and tell us where they're going to school next, that would be great, because there's some great talent leaving this town. But one of the things you have to do for us recognizing you tonight is you can go out and get the best education you can, have a great educational process, get the best education you can, but then come back from whence you came. Come back to Huntsville, because we expect you to be here in our workforce, making our town that much greater.
Great, thank you. Well, I want to start out by introducing our captain, James Brom. And for those of you who may not have been following what's been happening with cybersecurity at Grissom, we were first runner-up last year. So we finished in second place. We got flown to Washington, D.C. to compete. They earned a ride back again this year to try and get the title, and they did. So I'm really, really proud of them. They worked very hard, not just during the season, but year-round. And so, James, well, why don't I just let them introduce themselves and tell where they're going? That would be better than listening to me. Here you go.
I'm going to the U.S. Air Force Academy. I'm Matthew Rogers, and I'll be going to Auburn for cybersecurity.
I'm Morgan Wagner, and I will also be going to the Air Force Academy.
Michelle Dresneck, and I'm going to Auburn for biochemistry and computer science.
Jeremy Lochner, and I'm planning on going to Auburn as well for software engineering. And then we're missing Christopher Lynn, who I think is going to Duke for computer science as well.
All right. And for being national champions, we want to say thank you. We have certificates for you, but we want to say thank you for being part of Huntsville and making Huntsville that much more special, a better place. And what y'all have done is brought prominence to the community. You brought a highlight to this community. You've made sure that people understand that we are the epicenter of some of the cyber industry here, and because of your work, you have really put us on the map. So Thank you very much. And James, did I hear that you had a presidential honor also? Is that true? You were named a U.S. Presidential Scholar, one of 2 in the state of Alabama. Congratulations on that. So I will give you these. I think they're in order. Thank you very much. And if y'all would come by and let the council congratulate you too. Thank you for all you've done. There you go.
Work on everything. Congratulations. Come back when you get done. Congratulations to you. Great job. Thanks. Congratulations to you. Man, you're great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Do you mind if I say a few words?
Oh, I would love for you to say a few words.
All right, so I promised that I would talk about how great Huntsville is, which is what I'm going to do. So participating in Cyber Patriot has given us a really great opportunity to experience how wonderful of a community Huntsville is. Throughout our journey, we've been assisted by a lot of really wonderful people in this community. So first, we've got our amazing coach, Ms. Sutton, who made everything happen. All of what we have done is due to Ms. Sutton. Also, all the other wonderful people at Grissom. We like Grissom a lot. Go Grissom. And then from the community, we've had industry mentors from Dynetics and MITRE and SAIC. We have Mr. Sutton and Mr. Garber here with us in the audience, and they've been tremendous in helping us advance in our technical skill and in all of the other soft skills needed to succeed in the industry. And that's been a huge advantage to us, being from Huntsville, that we've had an opportunity to grow up in the shadow of all these great professionals who have been able to help us. And I think that's what has made Huntsville so successful in the Cyber Patriot competition. And we've had amazing support from the City of Huntsville and Huntsville City Schools. So thank you very much.
And I might mention also New Century School came in top 10 in their competition side. And now every school in the City of Huntsville system is going to be having a cyber team, and every middle school will also have a cyber team also. So, gosh, Ms. Sutton, you have a lot of work to do here. Thank you very much.
Anybody in industry who would like to become a cybersecurity teacher? We are actively soliciting people from industry that are maybe looking for a second career. I'm serious. So if you know anybody, have them contact me, Christine Sutton, over at Grissom.
Good. We'll do that. Thank you very much, and thank you for all y'all's accomplishments. Now, I'd like to ask Chief Morris to come up, and Chief has a number of captains and officers here, and we'd love for all those officers to come up too with him. Many people don't realize that this is the week that is named as, this is Police Officers Memorial Day, Police Officers Week, and we have a proclamation here to, number one, to thank everybody for the job that you do on a day-to-day basis. As part of this day and this week, I have been riding with a couple of the guys out there. I took the easy way. I went 4 to 8 shift, and after 8 o'clock, I went home to eat dinner, and they were still out there working on the streets, and they were working very hard. And it was, it's amazing. They get to see a lot of the sides of town that we don't have to see. And because of what they do, we are able to not have to see those sides of town. And they see the things where people fuss and people fight, and you just be amazed what they'd say to each other, and the things that can happen. And they are our blue line. That is our defense against the bad kind of things coming over into our territory. So to each of you, I want to say thank you for the job that you do. And we have a proclamation that names this. I'll save everybody all the whereases and everything else, but whereas by joint resolution approved October 1st, 1962, the President has been authorized and requested to designate May 15th of each year as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which it falls as Police Week. Now, therefore, I, Tommy Battle, Mayor of the City of Huntsville, do hereby proclaim May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 9th through 15th as Police Week. And I call upon all Americans to observe these events with appropriate ceremonies and activities and let each of us reflect on the ways which our lives have been touched by the peace officers who stand guard over our neighborhoods. Thank you very much. Chief, would you like to add something to this?
Well, we certainly appreciate the support that we receive from the administration and from the public. And it's just an honor to serve, and we hope we do an outstanding job.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. And finally tonight, Mr. President, we'd like to ask John Howell and Don Webster with the EMS service here, HIMSY, which is what we call it. We have a proclamation for them. And this proclamation names it Emergency Medical Services Week. And one of the things that a lot of us don't realize on the day-to-day basis is that there's a whole organization that works 24/7, 352 days a year, working to make sure that if something happens to you, that somebody shows up, that somebody has medical experience, somebody makes sure that you're okay, somebody gets you to the hospital, and somebody quickly makes sure that that they take care of you. And these two guys have run this organization for how many years?
Long time. About 35 years.
35 years. John's turned gray. Well, Don had more hair when he started out. But honestly, they have been the glue that has held that organization together. They have put together a great leadership team over at HIMSY. And we want to say thank you to the job that y'all do week by week, every week of the year, day by day, for being out there for the citizens of Huntsville, for Madison County, and being out there 365 days out of the year. Thank you very much.
Mayor, we want to say thank you to the 250-odd EMS professionals that work at HIMSY that answer about 55,000 calls a year. And I want to ask Chief McFarland to come up here. Mac, if you'll come on, because we couldn't do what we do without our partners who provide first response, and we want to get you up here to get a picture with you, Mac, because y'all are our partners in this, and the level of service and the quality of care that we provide wouldn't be successful without Huntsville Fire and Rescue. So thank you. And Mayor, we're just honored for the proclamation and look forward to EMS Week next week, and we'll be feeding our personnel and our firefighters barbecue on several days. So thanks very much.
So tell me more about what y'all do on EMS Week.
So on EMS Week, dating back many years, we'll fire up our smokers and we'll be cooking barbecue 3 days, and then we'll start serving plates as it comes off the smokers that afternoon and sending them out to all the fire stations, to all the on-duty firefighters, as well as bringing all of our ambulances through and inviting all of our off-duty personnel to come in, and we'll feed them, as well as we'll have some gifts for them next week. We're not going to let the cat out of the bag yet, but we've got some gifts to hand out to all the firefighters as well as our folks. And we'll have a good time with fellowship with all of our folks at our building on Oakwood. And council, y'all are welcome to come by and help us serve or enjoy some fellowship with us too. And we're delighted to have everyone come by and see us. So.
And I think I've seen Dr. Showers and Mr. Kling there eating before, haven't we?
They have always supported us, as well as Councilman Culver has been by, and Councilman Robinson has been to visit us, and Councilman Russell. The entire city council has always been great to us. We appreciate your support very much.
I remember in the old days, Mayor Battle back there used to be able to put some pretty good barbecue out on a plate.
Yes, sir. The fire department eventually made him stop doing it because it was a little bit questionable, but we've gotten a little bit more sophisticated now, but it was awfully good barbecue when Mayor Battle was doing it. Thank you, Mayor.
Guys, thank you very much, and I'm glad that you've got a barbecuer that doesn't spark as much as mine did. So, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Mr. President, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We have several resolutions tonight. We have a resolution commemorating the life of Reverend McKinley Jones. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion by Dr. Shower, second by Mr. Kling. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. Dr. Showers, would you like to say a few words?
President, I will be presenting this resolve to the family.
Pretty good barbecue in the old days.
Thank you, Dr. Showers. Will everybody check to make sure their microphones are on? B is a resolution commemorating the life of Dr. Willie Mingo Clark. Is there a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Motion by Dr. Showers, second by Mr. Kling. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. Dr. Showers?
Mr. President, I again will be presenting this resolution to the family at a later date.
Thank you, sir. C is a resolution commemorating the 26th pastoral anniversary of Reverend Edna Scruggs at Cumberland Presbyterian Church in America.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion by Dr. Showers, second by Mr. Culver. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. Dr. Showers?
Mr. President, I will be worshiping at this church on this Sunday, and at that time I will present the resolution on behalf of the mayor and the council members.
Thank you very much. D is a resolution recognizing the Huntsville District Church of God in Christ of Alabama, first ecclesiastical jurisdiction of the Church of God in Christ 36th District Conference under the leadership of Superintendent Dr. Terrell Harris Jr. and District Supervisor Mary Strong, to be held May 12th through 15th at the True Light Church of God in Christ.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion by Dr. Showers, second by Mr. Culver. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. Dr. Showers.
Again, I will be presenting this resolution tomorrow night at the church on behalf of the mayor and the council.
Thank you very much. It's been requested that we take 13A out of order, and council members, with your consensus approval, I'm going to do that. It's a contract for Judge Cleveland. She's here, and this will allow her to make other plans for tonight if we do this. So I'm going to take 13A out of order. 13A is a resolution number 15-280, reappointing Sybil Denise Cleveland as full-time judge in the municipal court of the city of Huntsville for a 4-year term beginning May 27, 2015. The chair moves for approval.
Second.
Mr. President.
Second by Ms. Kling. Mr. Culver.
Mr. President, while I wholeheartedly support this splendiferously impeccable judge, I want the record to reflect that I will recuse myself and abstain from voting.
Mr. Culver has recused himself from this issue. Council members, I can report that I met with Judge Cleveland and Judge Rodenhauser and worked this contract through our legal department, through the administration, and everybody's agreement that this is the right thing to do. So if there's no further discussion, we'll call for a vote with Mr. Culver abstaining. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 4-0 with Culver abstaining. Congratulations, Judge Cleveland. We're now back to on our regular agenda. 5 is business with outside legal representation. We have none. We do have a public hearing to be held. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on a resolution authorizing the city clerk treasurer to assess the cost of the boarding and securing against certain properties. Mr. Binion.
Yes, Council. This is the 4 properties identified in this resolution were declared unsafe by community development. The owner was given 30 days in accordance with the unsafe building ordinance to get permits and start work on correcting noted violations. Since the owner failed to respond to the notices and since the properties were standing open and accessible, community development staff boarded and secured the property. Attachment 8 identifies the owner and the dates that community development took action and the cost for boarding and securing the property. The total cost was $1,093.65 with an average cost of $273.42. The owner received written requests for payment and failed to respond, so I'm requesting that an assessment be placed on these properties to collect the cost. The owner was notified of this proposed action and may wish to speak.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone from the public wish to address the council on this particular issue? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. The chair moves for approval.
Second.
Second by Dr. Showers. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. We have several public hearings to be set. One is a resolution to set a public hearing on an ordinance zoning newly annexed property lying on the east side of Research Park Boulevard and on the north side of Plummer Road Commercial Industrial Park District. This will be set for the June 25th, 2015 regular council meeting.
Move to approve.
Motion by Dr. Showers, seconded by the chair. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. 2 is a resolution to set a public hearing on an ordinance to amend Article 23, General Business C3 District, 23.1, Uses Permitted, amend Article 75, Alcoholic Beverages Establishment Regulations, Section 75.3, Permitted Establishments by District, and amend Article 92, Board of Adjustment, Section 92.5, Powers and Duties, subsection 92.5-3, Permitted Uses of Special Exceptions, by adding new subsection of 925337 to add language concerning alcohol beverage manufacturers. This will be set for June 25th, 2015 at the regular council meeting.
Move to approve.
I'm sorry, who made the motion? Mr. Kling made the motion. Mr. Culver, do you second? Mr. Culver seconded. Discussion. All those in favor of setting the hearing say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries.
Mr. President?
Mr. Kling?
I know we're just setting the hearing, but could somebody just give just a 10-second description of what this is?
Mr. McGuffey, could you do that for us? Mr. Kling asked for 10 seconds. We'll give you like a minute if you want it.
Jim McGuffey, Planning Department. This is an amendment to the current ordinance to permit by special exceptions uses including breweries, distilleries, and vineyards in certain zoning districts.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. 3 is a resolution to set a public hearing for Rowan White doing business as RCLS to operate 3 luxury vehicles. This will be set for the May 28, 2015 regular council meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Shower, second by Mr. Kling. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. We're now at communications from the public. When I call your name, please go to the microphone. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council. Mr. Jerry Cox.
Jerry Cox, 4029 Telstar Circle. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's with great sadness that after 6 months that I come before the council again tonight to respectfully recognize 1 United States Army soldier and 1 United States Air Force airman killed by hostilities in Afghanistan. Mr. President, this Sunday as I read the Huntsville Times, I was very shocked and saddened to have to read in the paper that the city plans to give the Huntsville City Schools property of Fire Station number 3 on Jordan Lane, which is slated for decommissioning. I'm not sure. I thought decommissioning was a strange term, but I think what it ought to have been was going to close it down. Since 1972, this fire station has protected my family. In fact, when the tornadoes hit my house in 1974, the first people that came to check on me and my family were firemen from Fire Station number 3, and to turn off the gas going into my house to prevent further damage or harm to my family. Mr. President, I think Chief McFarland for giving me 5 minutes of his time before this meeting to give me additional information on the action that is planned by the city. Mr. President, I'm surprised that Councilman Kling didn't see fit to have a town hall meeting or to inform the people of such a drastic change in their protection. In firemen and policemen, especially with the firemen also doing emergency medical services, seconds count, minutes count. Tonight, I'm firmly opposed to the closing of Station 3. However, I'm going to take the information that Chief McFarland has provided to me, gather other information, and further study the issue. But at this moment, I hope that the City Council will not take any action to close Fire Station number 3 until the people in my community are assured and feel comfortable that their families will continue to be protected at the same service that we've been provided since 1972. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Mr. Kling.
I had concerns about this proposal, and at my request, Chief McFarland is here, and he is going to present some information concerning this proposal when we get to that item on the agenda. But My thinking was to do it out in the open, big public meeting, televised at a regular meeting where more people can be aware of it. And as I'd said, there's nothing that says any action would have to be taken tonight, but the idea was to get everything out in the open. And I thought that this was certainly the appropriate forum to do that in.
Thank you. Ms. Reed?
Excuse me, you almost called me too quick. I don't have my homework done. But I'm sure that I got it in the top of my head. I want to thank each one of you for allowing the public to get involved in the public input. I would like to thank Miss Pearlie Stapler, the young lady that used to sit at the end of that stage up there for many, many years, till about 4 or 5 meetings ago. She retired. Thanks to Mark Russell for inviting me to the party hardy. They had a retirement party for her upstairs today. She did a great, great job. I'm going to miss her. I never called her that she didn't have an answer or find the reason for why you called her. It's going to be sad without her. I hate to see her leave. I'm sure going to miss her. Of course, there's several issues about buying properties in this city. When I hear community development over there writes these people up and you charge them for this and that and the other, and then I see us buy Reed hardware over there because it's an eyesore to the city. We got 2 sets of rules, one for the poor and one for the rich. Now get over that and stop that mess. We're going to have the same set of rules for everybody. I think that's what you need to look at. That's called common sense. I don't know if we have any of that or not. Wholesale food, we gave them $8 million to put that shopping center in down there on Bob Wallace. I think that's right. Are you going to give wholesale food that buys that mall or party of their companies, are you going to give them money too, or are you going to help them out there help fill that mall up that we gave so much money to move Belks out of? I know you did. You probably put $8 to $10 million in out there, helping Belks move so you could take it away from that mall. Now look what happened. Are we going to tear that down and help them with that one? Think it over. And I'm also like Mr. Cox over here. City reveals plans to redevelopment 3 downtown school properties. Now we're going to buy all the school properties. I want you to tell us tonight, I understand, and I want to thank Mr. John Hampton, the administrative assistant to the mayor, for giving me 45 minutes of his time the other night, because I was wild when I read this, that you're buying the schools. Really? Are we going into school business? School board member Dr. Wardiski needs to be over here tonight. We need to know why we are saving money and where we're saving money and what is going on in this city. I've been here since 1958. Golly, you all just keep me up at night, and I can't stand it. The big picture, it didn't impress me. We need to put some common sense in the big picture. Put some common sense, people, on downtown redevelopment, Downtown Inc., Big Spring Partners. Let some of the nobodies get in there and see if they can help you all. Chattanooga, I asked some friends the other day, do you have an entertainment district where you walk and talk and drink beer? They tell me they don't have that up there. Somebody did. You always wanted to be like Chattanooga and New Orleans and Nashville.
Ms. Reed, your time's up tonight.
I need another minute, please.
Council members, we have a long list of people, and it's fine with me. I've got nothing to do tonight, and I'll be glad to stay. Is that okay with y'all? Ms. Reed, go ahead. We'll treat everybody fairly. Is that okay, council members? 1 minute for everybody that wants
Well,
it?
they didn't get too excited. I'll try to lighten up a little.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Reed, go.
All right. Thank you for putting up with me. That's all I got to say. But I would like for Mr. John Hamilton to tell me all about the 3 schools, what you want with them, what you paid for them, the acres to each one of them, and who appraised them, and what we're going to do with them tonight. If you got that information, and you ought to have it, because it's right here in the paper. But he couldn't give me all of that, and so you're going to vote on it. Before you take a vote, I'd like to ask each one of you, but maybe somebody can come up with an answer. Thanks for giving me 1 more minute. I'll always be back. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Christopher Calhoun.
To the Honorable Mayor of Huntsville, Alabama, Mr. Tommy Ballo, President of the Council, Mr. Mark Russell, I am Christopher J. Calhoun, 6019 Old Stringfield Road. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Huntsville Alumni Chapter. And we've come to announce that during the month of May 17th through the 23rd, we will be kicking off our Senior Kappa Week, where it's in conjunction with our National Senior Kappa Week, which is the time when we allow our seniors, which are defined, senior members, which are defined as 65 and above, and more locally, 60 years and above. We showcase them for giving their tireless efforts to our community initiatives, which some of our initiatives include health awareness, tutoring to students around the community, and we also give $60,000 to the St. Jude Foundation on a local level, and on the national level, we've given as much as $1 million. But what will be taking place for our Senior Kappa Week is where first it will start on May 17th, where we will worship with the Union Chapel Missionary Baptist Church at 7:45 a.m. On Monday, the brothers will meet at the Lakewood Elementary, where we will read to the students and just interact however the principal will allow us to, from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. On Tuesday, we will meet at the Dawson Elementary, where we will also read and interact with the students. On Wednesday, we will visit the Veterans Home on Meridian Street, where we will especially visit one of our own Senior Kappa brothers, Mr. Glover. And on Thursday and Friday, there will not be any events scheduled, but on Saturday, May the 23rd, we will, the Senior Kappa Week will culminate with a health fair and awareness screening, where we will have 2 to 3 local doctors on hand. This will be held at the Richard Shower Center, which will take place from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. on Saturday. And we will have physicians on hand that will give high blood pressure screenings, diabetes screenings, and give education to prostate cancer, which is our national initiative. I thank you all for this time to share this announcement with you. If you are able to, please come out to our health screening on Saturday and become educated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Calhoun. Pastor T.C. Johnson.
Pastor T.C. Johnson, 1800 Sparkman Drive. Several council meetings ago, I asked that we go ahead and be proactive and get our officers cameras, body cameras. That seemed to have been met with a little bit of resistance. And so I went to ask our citizens, and tonight about 2,424 signatures on a petition that reads, "We believe that law enforcement officers have an important and noble role to play in our community. We appreciate the great work done by the majority of officers who uphold their commitment to equality and fairness. Yet the prevalence of so many incidents of police brutality, police killings, and racial profiling, particularly of young men of color, serves to undermine the entire system of policing and damages the credibility of good police work. It creates a divide between communities and law enforcement officers. It breeds mistrust and ultimately leads to decreased public safety for all. Getting it wrong costs lives, and the price is too high for us not to get it right." After my announcement or request, it was talked about the money. Well, I think there were $236 million put in as grant money to be able to help police stations and departments to get this money if we get it in on time. The other thing, Mr. Mayor, very little has been done for North Huntsville. We are asking for this because we are the ones who are losing young men to prison at a much higher rate. 1 million African Americans are incarcerated today, and it's based upon unfair policing which is more punitive in our community than it is protective. Now, we gave you that penny, even though that penny is not helping North Huntsville at all. It creates roads to give people jobs to come through North Huntsville and get to those jobs with greater ease. There's no development. Our tax dollars are not being invested to better North Huntsville at this time. There's no committee that's working to see what we can do in North Huntsville for real except our own. And in fact, you've kind of said to us, and the administration said to us, we have to come up with what it is to develop in North Huntsville. That's not going on in other parts. Everybody else is helping other parts of the community to develop. Now, we gave you that penny, and we want money used if necessary to put cameras. Now, there's a Police Foundation report, a study of 1 year, that shows that over 50% decrease in the use of force with cameras in place. Initially, complaints rise, and we ask ourselves why. It is because at this time, you don't get all the complaints the citizens want to complain, because when they go downtown, they got to go through and buy the same police they're complaining on. May I have that other minute?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. They have to go downtown to go through a department that is set up not to help the citizen, but to defend the police. And then we have the city attorneys who defend the police, so citizens don't feel like they're going to get a fair shake anyway. These cameras will better our city. We can be proactive, as we say we're progressive, and I have 2,424 citizens, just to start, that ask our mayor and our city council to arm our police with cameras. This is from your citizens. At least we should be able to do that for that community, which is served in almost every area less than any other community. Thank you.
Mr. President, if we could ask, Chief, I believe we've already in the process of applying for a grant to work on body cameras. And Governing Magazine this week earlier, we were looking at the video capture, and it talks about the body cams. There's pluses and minuses to body cams. We want to move towards them, but we want to do it right. And that's one of the most important things. If you do not do it right, you lose the credibility of your police department. You lose the credibility of the information that you're putting out. So we've been working on it for a while. Since the idea started coming up, it's been a long time. We also have the cam recorders in the dash, which have been used for a number of years here with the city police department, and those have saved us. Quite frankly, they have been good tools for us to use, because those have made sure that when something is said and there gets into the he said, she said, you can look at them and you can see this is what actually happened. The cam recorders have helped with us, and they give you a broad picture and everything else. They may be able to be used with the body cameras, but the technology is one thing that we're working on right now to make sure that we can work it and work it right. When we do it, when we put out body cameras, we expect to be able to have body cameras on just about every instant that happens, and we want to make sure that we don't lose that credibility by having those out there and having those where they do not work right. Do you have anything, Mr. Joe Frion?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, if I might be allowed
Yes,
to
please
follow up on what the mayor has said. And Pastor Johnson, I hope you did not interpret our being deliberate as being resistance, because we do want to get it right. We've spent the past few weeks since I think you last spoke on this issue gathering agreements that other communities in the state of Alabama have entered into with regard to body cameras, so that we can see what they have done, what best practices they have used, where they have encountered difficulties. Buying the body cameras itself and alone is an easy thing to do, and it's probably the lowest part of the cost. Ultimately, cost should not be a long-term factor. It is to get it right, and we want to do that. But the storage of the information, the access to that information, all of those issues have to be done deliberately and done well in order for it to be a good product for the community. So we've gathered agreements from the communities Birmingham, Mobile. I think Madison County has just recently entered into contract or is contemplating it, Commissioner Harrison. The city of Athens, city of Auburn maybe, or Opelika. So there are a number of communities who are going this route. Not all of them have implemented it, but they're in the process of implementing it, and we want to learn from them. The article that the mayor has mentioned is one of a number of articles about the kinds of issues that communities have faced when they've run headlong into the issue without being careful about how they're implementing it. I think we're going to get there, and we're going to do it sooner rather than later, but we do want to get it right.
Mr. President?
Mr. Kling.
If I could, at the risk of causing Reverend Johnson to have a heart attack, I want to commend you on the wording of your resolution. I think as Mayor Battle and Mr. Gilfredo had said, we're getting there to the process. The technology is getting better, like LED cameras. The longer they're out, the better the quality gets to be. And this is, I think, an appropriate night, I guess, to raise this issue because, these police officers, they go out and there's a chance that some of them aren't going to come home that night because of the risks that they face. And your wording, I think, was good because it's a two-way street. There's public issues that you had mentioned in North Huntsville where there's mistrust or things that people are concerned about. And at the same time, similar to what Mayor Battle had mentioned about the dash cameras, the police officers go out there and they're doing their job and they make tough decisions. And again, those guys, they put their necks on the line and they do things that, are way above my level. And this would give them some protection. And when an issue comes up, there's video evidence and it may exonerate the police officers in questions because those guys, they got a tough job. I couldn't do it. I took the easy way off. I ran for city council. But the idea that when these things do come in, it's a two-way trust or two-way, process, I think is very important. And I just want to say your resolution, pointed out that these guys do have a pretty tough job and there's some tough challenges that they deal with. So hopefully when we get there, this is really going to make everybody in the community be more comfortable and settle down. And certainly I'll support all the efforts that we can for funding and to, get the technology and all the storage, worked out as soon as possible. But I think from what I've heard through the grapevine on other issues that I've had, there seems to be a big move in the police department, the police chief and his folks on trying to make this happen.
Mr. Culver.
Thank you. If I could just add my 2 cents worth to that. Of course, all of you know that I support the body cams unequivocally. All of the surrounding local agencies, as you have stated, Mr. Joffrion, are also entertaining that idea. I believe that this is going to become a mandatory item by our federal government. I know they haven't made it mandatory yet, but with all of the things that are happening, not just in those cities like Baltimore and Ferguson and New York, and in some cases in Huntsville and Madison City, but with the technologies that are available, to me it just doesn't make sense not to have it for every law enforcement agency. And I believe this particular matter is going to grow to become mandatory to those municipalities that get federal funding. Now, don't quote me on that. That's just my prognostication on that. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Alice Sams.
Alice Sams, 6501 Eric Street. To the mayor and members of the Huntsville City Council, I agree with the 2,422 others who signed the petition encouraging the Huntsville Police Department to be able to buy body cams for the officers while they're on duties. Body cameras have the potential to provide a more accurate depiction depiction of the moment of police brutality. By having the cameras on while on duty, officers can document incidents as they occur. And if a shooting takes place, juries will have evidence of these interactions on tape. Body cameras may also encourage people to be more consistently conscious and diligent toward their responsibilities, as their every move will be recorded. Cameras restore trust in the police because they are recording what the police officers and citizens do. There is a record provided that is much more difficult to dispute. Officers will be encouraged to behave better. There will also be more transparency within the force. Cameras show when the police are abusing their powers, but also when they are unjustly accused. It will no longer seem like the police are just protecting their own when they defend a police officer's conduct, as they will have the evidence to prove it. It's going to improve the work of law enforcement. When something goes wrong, there will be a clear understanding of what happened and whatever approaches need to be taken as a result. The police behave better when someone is watching, and even more when someone is recording. People in general behave better.
Mm-hmm.
One knows that when actions are being noticed, if they do anything wrong, evidence will be there and they can be used against them. Studies have shown that the use of force has been reduced in departments where body cameras are required to be worn by officers while on duties. Fewer complaints are filed against officers in police departments. Public members are less likely to file complaints if they know the complaints will be proven to be untrue. If police forces, brutality, murders, etc., are reduced, there will be less causes for complaints. And Lord knows we've had a lot of complaints here, and there's been a lot of money responding to actions of the police. Authority figures are acceptable to most people. If an officer says one thing and then a person that's being questioned by an officer says another thing about being stopped and searched, who will most people believe? Cameras can be the validator. Other events can be helped by body cameras. Dash cameras are good, but are useless when an officer walks away from the vehicle and out of the sight of the camera. In addition to the requirement of police officers to wear body cameras, there should be the requirement for officers to have the cameras on when they are on duty. There should also be additional police training and outreach programs to establish stronger relationships between police and citizens. This request is not to interfere with the great work of law enforcement officers, but to applaud them for their selflessness demonstrated in protecting and saving people or property in the performance of other duties, their actions, which are performed with high professionalism and without hesitation. For their protection, the protection of everyone involved in their workday, let justice prevail. I believe the wearing and use of body cameras will add much to this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Pastor Larry Davidson.
Larry Davidson, 111 Populous Drive. To the mayor and to the president, Mark Russell, thank you for this privilege in addressing this council tonight. My statement is somewhat condensed based upon the conversation that you all have just made on behalf of your desire to have those body cameras. But again, I will say I stand here in agreement with the signatures, the 2,400 signatures that did get signed in support of our police department moving forward very soon in getting those things done. I stand here tonight because I care about Huntsville, Alabama. While I'm not a native of this city, I have lived in this city for over 15 years now, and I've seen a lot of changes that take place in this city. And I will have to admit tonight that some of those things that I've seen have not been so great. Even as it is our desire to be a diverse city, some of those things have not exemplified that as a desire from our city. I'm not only a citizen tonight, but as a pastor of a congregation in this community, I stand here on behalf of the many families who are negatively and positively impacted by the decisions that you make and the things that you choose to do and you do not do. I will say that many lives are impacted by what can be perceived sometimes as a lack of fair negotiating in what truly makes Huntsville a better place to live. I know we talk about technology and all those things, but I really believe that the greatest thing about Huntsville is the people that live in this city. And so I'm praying that by the presence of these petitions tonight and the persons who've also spoken already, that you will consider not just keep it on the table, but it will become an action item as you move forward in being proactive in implementing these body cameras within the police department. While we have been blessed that no wrongful deaths have taken place through police brutality here that we can prove, that does not ensure that this will continue to be the case as time goes on. I do feel that it also provides, as Ms. Alice Sam did say, that it provides benefit to the law enforcement officers of this city in the case of exonerating them and absolving them of any guilt of wrongdoing when they are falsely accused. So again, it is a two-way street. Both, and I will say this, that in the process of being stopped oftentimes in our communities, we'll be honest tonight, it is an issue of mutual respect. We do teach our young people to respect those officers who pull them over, but it is also a known fact that in many areas in North Huntsville that they're handled with, can I have another minute?
Yes, sir.
They are handled in a negative way. I'll say that. I'll leave it at that. And so we do ask that they be mindful of their interaction with our members of the community as well. And so we love our city tonight enough to seek the escape of the unrest and cries of injustice that have followed questionable officer activity in other cities. And I pray that it does not require sacrifice in the life of a Huntsville son or daughter to move the mayor, the council, and the Huntsville Police Department to move in the direction of integrity and transparency. We do know that funding is not the issue, and so we pray that because that's not the issue, that those other steps will be taken in order for this to take place. And I say tonight, if there's nothing to conceal, let the citizens know that your aim is to indeed serve and protect all citizens of this great city. We don't want to settle for anything less. God bless you.
I'm having trouble with this handwriting. I believe it's Temple Ritchie.
Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, thank you for allowing me this time. My name is Willis Ritchie from 102 Oak Springs Circle. One of the concerns of our presence here this evening is our justice system, justice itself, and more particularly our police department, one of the entry points into that system. I'm encouraged by what I've heard this evening relative to body cameras. The personification of justice in our society is represented by the statue of Lady Justice, whose earliest depictions are those of Themis and her daughter Dike, the Hellenic goddesses of justice. The later Romans adopted that image and called her Justitia. She is often represented with a set of scales suspended from her left hand and holding a double-edged sword in her right hand. With the scales, she measures the strength of a case's support and opposition, and the double-edged sword symbolizes the power of reason and justice, which can be wielded either for or against either of the parties standing before her. Only late in her involvement was the blindfold added, representing her objectivity and the fact that justice should be meted out objectively, without fear or favor, regardless of the economic status, social status, political position, power, or identity of those standing before her. In other words, with true impartiality. And to do this, the truth and completeness of the evidence presented is vital. It is to be noted that the earliest Roman depictions of Justitia showed her without that blindfold. And this earlier picture might present for us, especially today, a better approach to justice. But with that blindfold, her judgment is based solely on what she hears, the verbal evidence presented. And yet there may be other evidence, pertinent, critical, and of a visual nature that is not presented to her because she cannot see. The matter before us this evening, the use of body cameras, speaks to that very issue. For when charges of police brutality or the excess use of force are made against an officer, the case usually comes down to the testimony of the officer versus that of the complaining party, be it victim or witness. And that testimony is usually verbal only. Would it not be greatly a help if additional visual evidence were available that we could see what happened? Such visual evidence would answer such questions as what is not being told, and is what we are being told accurate and complete? With the use of cameras, we would no longer see charges of excessive use having to come down and be resolved based solely on the personal and verbal statements of the officers versus the victim or the witness. The cameras would provide additional visual evidence of what really happened. We know that the majority of our police officers are honest and hardworking individuals who perform a difficult task, often with little thanks for what they do. And our concern this evening is for them and for their protection as much as it is for the citizens whom they are paid to protect and to serve. I would therefore strongly urge you seriously to consider and take the necessary action to purchase body cameras and make it mandatory that they be worn by all officers at all times while on duty, for the good order and safety of all involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica P. Curtis.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Veronica Curtis, 6517 Mercator Drive, Huntsville, 35810. Body cameras are necessary to restore trust between the police and the public. Cameras will protect people on both sides of the lenses. I believe we have many persons that join the police force for a variety of reasons, both positive and negative. Body cameras will help them focus their desire to be the best officer they can be under the watchful eye of the camera. I support the North Huntsville Community United for Action group, as they have presented a number of persons who have signed the petitions for body cameras. I further understand that there is some concern for a way to collect the data from the cameras, but we are a bright people here in Huntsville. And I believe where there is a will, there is certainly a way to gather that data. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Watkins.
Michelle Watkins, 3310 East Helena Drive. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Why body cameras? To protect the truth and ensure without a shadow of a doubt what happened. Video footage serves as a backup and will protect the innocent individual. Mayor Battle and council members, I respectfully ask that body cameras are acquired for the Huntsville Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Clarence Johnson.
Mayor and council members and all who are assembled, thank you. I'm Clarence Johnson. I live at 3302 Patriot Drive, Huntsville. I would like to diverge for a moment and to say that the North Huntsville Business Association is still steadily functioning and striving to bring together ideas for economic development in the North. However, I also agree with the 2,400 plus signatures that are seeking body cameras for law enforcement of our city. I would, in addition to that, personally like to ask that the council and law enforcement take that opportunity of installing and activating body cameras to also go to the proactive side of the issue and have sensitivity training, meaningful sensitivity training for our law enforcement officers. A lot of officers are young, coming out of the academy and going on the streets, and then when they get up into what is called high crime areas by many, they react instead of proact, because there's cultural clash differences and upbringings and looking at things. And I believe that these can be modified to a significant degree by officer sensitivity training. Not to say that there is none going on in our police academy, but it needs to be more realistic and involved concerning the various areas where police patrol. If an officer patrol in West Huntsville, it's my understanding there's very little crime over in West Huntsville, and so they're in a relaxed state. I see you, Councilman. It's just my understanding. Thank you.
We have been blessed with our share, Reverend.
You getting your share over the West?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but let's put them anywhere other than North Huntsville. They're in a much more relaxed state than they are when they come into North Huntsville. Now, I don't want to say that that's because of racial disparities and things of this nature, but it certainly is a fact. So if someone who does not look like me take a moment to understand me and I them, we can communicate better on issues by which we disagree. And on behalf of the North Huntsville Communities United for Action, the members there are seeking to engage the members of our communities in the North, to work with the younger people in the North. We believe that the police and the citizens should have a good relationship. Community relationships should be real. It takes both sides of the coin to be proactive with this. And so while we are functioning on that side, this body of community leaders, we're asking, and I'm asking, that law enforcement do likewise. Let your officers know, and we realize there are a lot of good officers on Huntsville Police Force. But as with anything, there are some that may need to have a little talking to. So let's consider not only just the body cameras, but what training can be had that will help people to understand we are all human, and we all have an opportunity and a human right to be treated as such. We are obligated on our side to deal with our people. That's from a community perspective, not from a racial perspective. In the South, Dr. Robinson and all of those down there, they're obligated to try to help reduce crime through the education of their people in that neighborhood. Can we do this together? This is a great time right now, the issue of body cameras, not to just try to prove who was right or wrong, but let's get it right. Let's get proactive. Let's get a common ground of a one Huntsville where all law enforcement officers and, God willing, the community members can agree that we all have to exist peacefully together. Thank you.
Thank you. John Kent.
Thank you, Mayor and City Councilman. I'm John Kent, 125 Burton Street, Huntsville, Alabama. And I agree with everything's been said here tonight about the body cameras. And I want to, the police officers who were recognized tonight, the senior police officers, as I've been looking at what's going on around in the country and all, the senior police officers in these cities, and if you look at the percentage of what's been happening around the country, it has been young officers. And I think, well, like the senior guys, when you get off work, you want to go home to your family. You want to see your kids. I mean, that's what all of us want to do. We want to work and try to get home safely. And as far as them doing their jobs, when the young guys come in, I think they need to coach them and say, don't be so eager. I seen an incident yesterday on the north side of town where the police were riding and the lights were on flashing, and they jumped out of the car, and I hate to say this, Brother Shower, but it was at the Richard Shower Center. And I'm just coming from swimming, and they jumped out real aggressively, and I just left out of the swimming pool. I didn't see anything going on in there, but I think the adrenaline be so flowing when the police officers get on these scenes, instead of putting their training in thought first, they're aggressively, and that's what's happening. The adrenaline is flowing, and then you're in a area where you think you're going to be jumped, and the kids are just as scared as the police officers. So having the body cameras, I mean, it's a good thing, but it has to be the infrastructure of how we get the cameras and how we going to use them, because there's always things around, some kind of way to hide video and change it, but it has to be, I agree with you all, it has to be dealt with. It has to be done right when we put them out there. It has to be done correctly. And it makes everybody accountable. It makes the citizen accountable, and it makes the police officers accountable. So I just want to make a request that the city does need to have that. They do need to have the body cameras so the police officers can be in the same right as the citizens who are being approached. So, but I agree with all the sense and what's been said here tonight, and I hope we can. This is a proactive city. I've been here 30 years, and this is an engineering town, and you design stuff in the system before it happens. When you put a rocket up there, they got redundant systems, so if something goes bad, we have a backup plan. So we have to have a plan and be proactive about it right now, and so we can move forward. We don't want to be the city of none of these cities that's been happening around the country, and God forbid we have it here in Huntsville. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Pat Timonello.
First, my name's Pat Tumanella. I live at 2102 Chambers Drive. That is in North Huntsville. Okay. And I want to thank the council for the courtesy that they have extended me in the past, particularly Mark Russell for keeping me informed on the activities pertaining to Hunley Street, or Hunley Drive, as you have in your report. And I think that it will come to a just resolution tonight. I'm hoping for an affirmative vote in both cases of the Lowry Street and the one for Mr. Hunley. There's an advantage in being last. You get to listen to everything that's going on. So I'm going to take this opportunity to say that I've listened to these people, and I live in North Huntsville. And I'm going to tell you that the development in North Huntsville is sorely lacking. Where I live, I don't have a grocery store that I can go to. And I want to say this. I see and I don't think it's deliberate, but I see a division being created between North Huntsville and South Huntsville. And it's being created by the development that's going in and what's happening to Grissom High School, and starting to call that Grissom High School, the library, the South Huntsville Library. The way that things are being worded, it is creating a division in the city, and the council needs to be aware of it. And my husband will be very proud that I said this tonight. And I also want to say, I'm white. I haven't had an encounter with a policeman, not even a parking ticket, in probably 15 years, maybe 20. Okay? But body cams are a necessity. And I think that it's a necessity to protect the police department as well as the citizen. Because there, in every disagreement, there are three sides: mine, theirs, and the truth. And it needs to come out. And the sensitivity training that you mentioned, sir, is also very important, because that incident in Madison with Mr. Patel would not have happened if there had been some sensitivity and not some officer, and that was Madison Police, not Huntsville, wanting to show his authority and to show the young man he was training what he could do. That all entered in there, and it was obvious on the video. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to say that. The council is doing a good job. I have one other thing I want to mention, though. It's okay to party in downtown Huntsville. But when my church, who has Mass at 5:30 Saturday afternoon, has to clean up the glass from the beer bottles so that the parishioners that are attending church don't get injured, something needs to be done. I'm sorry, these people are getting a little bit out of hand downtown with their drinking on the public streets. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no Huntsville utility items. We do have a board appointment to be voted on. We have a resolution to appoint Missy Hanks to the Madison County 310 Board for a term to expire April 1st, 2021.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Robinson, second by Dr. Showers. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. We have one board appointment nomination. We have a nomination to appoint Kelly May to the Housing Board of Adjustments and Appeals for a term to expire August 22nd, 2018. That was made by Dr. Robinson. Are there any other nominations tonight?
Yes. I want to appoint Robert L. Flowers. Mr. President, could I have a moment with you?
With me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead. Ready to resume the meeting?
Yes.
Are there any other board appointment nominations? We're now at 10, approval of expenditures. 10A is a resolution authorizing expenditures for payment. Dr. Showers.
Mr. President, I want to submit for approval tonight $24,965,993.78.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion by Dr. Showers, second by Dr. Robinson. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. Dr. Showers, do you have a Finance Committee report?
Yes. Mr. Taylor, would you?
Council members, Mayor, I just have one item to bring to you tonight. We do have our sales tax figures in for the month of April. That's 7 months into our fiscal year. April was 3.5% higher than the previous April for that 1 month. And for the 7 months ending in April, we were still holding at about 3.8% higher than the first 7 months of last year. So that is still higher than where we need to be budget-wise. 5 months left to go, so that's good news. We're still holding steady at that rate that I gave you last time. And also one minor update. I reported to you 3 weeks ago at your last council meeting that we had still not moved forward on pricing our debt issue for the capital plan projects that we have. We've talked about that a number of different meetings. We still have not done that, but I think by the time we meet next time, we will have a plan that we'll present to you and tell you what we're thinking. So,
thank you, sir.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Dr. Showers, do you have anything else?
No, that's it.
Fine. We're now at communications from the mayor. Mayor Battle.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, one of the things we've talked about tonight is we've talked about community policing. Over the past couple of weeks, I've been out riding with some of the officers. We've seen some things that, you know, I think I mentioned very early. They see some things that are not really the pretty side of this city. People who fussing, people fighting, having fights in their front yard. And they have to stop them, and that's not an easy thing to do. I would ask that each of you work with our police department, and I think we all here want to work with each other, want to work with the police department so that we can have a better police department. We each one want to make sure that we have a community policing effort that reflects what we as a community are looking for. Second thing that we've got to do is we've got to make sure that we when we do have those occasions that we have officers who act outside the guidelines of what the Huntsville Police Department should act, and our chief suggests that we fire those officers. We need to follow through with that. We've had that case that's happened over the last several months, and those two officers were put back to work because we didn't back the chief. That doesn't give him the feeling that he has the backing of the full city government. The administration will back chief. I ask the council to work with us to back the chief on these occasions and to be with us as we move through these. because we've got to have both sides of this. We've got to be working with our officers, with our community, and making sure that we as a community come together. One city, one vision is one of the things that we always look at. It's never a place where you get a group hug together, but it is a vision that you work towards, and we each work towards it as we move forward. And that's a very important thing for us. We ask that y'all work with us as we move through this process. We will not be fast on getting body cams because we're going to get it right as we do it, but we will move as quickly as we possibly can to see that we can move forward, because I think that the transparency is one of the things that protects our officers just as much as it protects everybody out there. It's a protection value for us. So I ask each of you to work with us to be part of the solution and to be part of moving forward. Dr. Johnson, Dr. Clarence Johnson, thank you for your work that you've done in the North Huntsville area. The bus ride, got numerous reports off that. Harrison Diamond has been our administration person who's been working with you, and I think he's been at each of those meetings and gives us a report every time he comes back. And y'all are making giant strides in North Huntsville and giving the positive stories, because there are many positive stories that come out of North Huntsville. And if we want to move forward and we want to have those positive stories, we've got to make sure that we put the positive stories out just as much as we have the other ones. We look and we say it is what it is, but we also put out the positive stories, because our ultimate goal is to get people to move into North Huntsville, to be part of that neighborhood, to be part of the home ownership in that area, and to own homes in that area, in South Huntsville and West Huntsville and East Huntsville, and get people to be part of our community. That's ultimately the goal. That's the goal of a city government. That's the goal that we will always have. Thank you for coming out tonight. Thank each of you for coming out and being part of what I would hope to be part of the solution as we move forward. For the record, I'd like to make the following appointments. Donna Hendricks is a supernumerary member of the Planning Commission of the City of Huntsville for the partial term to expire November 17th, 2017. Larry Sharp to the Human Relations Commission for a partial term to expire March 12th, 2017. And I would like to remind everybody about the events happening this weekend. One of the fun things that we get to do in Huntsville is get together as a community, and we have the Mayor's Bike Ride this weekend, and every one of you are invited to get your bikes out, oil it up, send it out. Commissioner Harrison, I'd love to see you there, and we would ride together, me and you. I can promise you it's 4 miles, there are no hills, and it is a very easy bike ride. It is made for families and communities to come together, and so I would hope that you could come out. We've also got a lot of Healthy Huntsville activities happening Saturday in the park. Please come out and plan on spending a day. If you do all the Healthy Huntsville activities, I can guarantee you'll be sore by the end of the day. Also, we have at our shelter right now, our animal shelter, we have Empty the Shelter. It's one of those events that we have at the Animal Services to promote the adoption program and to get all the animals out and to empty the shelter and to adopt out every animal that we have. We encourage you to come out. There's some specials on. Animal Services can tell you about them if you would like to call. It is a great thing for our community. And I would ask that each of you work, pray, think about your community over the next couple of weeks as we go through some of this and as we move forward, and we look forward to working with each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brattle. Mr. Culver.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do want to apologize to this council. I will probably be leaving shortly. Had an emergency dental procedure done, so it required some sedation, and I'm probably still under the influence, so I'm not responsible for what I say. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the distinguished brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated for what you do, for what you're doing this week. I regret that I will be at the Alabama League of Municipality and will miss most of your events during the week, but I am looking forward to your event on Saturday for the health awareness from 10 a.m. until 2. I also, and Commissioner Harrison has been recognized, Bob is my my brother. I love him so much that I sometimes kiss him publicly. So we thank you for being here. My biological brother is here, Napoleon Culver. Would you stand for just a minute, please, Nay? Nay is retired from Henry County. He was a principal there and school administrator for 34 years, and he's visiting with me in Huntsville, 35 years.
Get that right.
He's visiting with me here in Huntsville. Thank you for being here, Brother Nay. Also, I want to say that my daughter, my youngest daughter, Dominique Michelle Culver Thompson, is graduating from med school in Nashville this weekend, so we'll be going up both Friday and Saturday. Mayor, I couldn't agree with you more in terms of you honoring our police officer and recognizing them Memorial Week. And I was just looking at some statistics, and if I am correct, I believe in 2014 there was 145 or 55 police officers killed in the United States. One is one too many. And I know we mostly only hear about when police officers are involved in shootings involving our citizens. But having been one myself, and this is why I'm so adamant, Pastor Clarence Johnson and Dr. T.C. Johnson, that we get the body cams, because it's not, in my opinion, a matter of distrust with police officers, because I truly feel that our police officers are vetted. I feel that they go through some very rigorous training. And when you have 450 people, I don't care if they're teachers, and I don't mean any harm. I don't care if they're engineers. I don't care if they're elected officials. You're going to have some good, some bad, and some indifferent. Am I right about that? Can I get a witness? So I don't want us to ever judge our police department. And I know everything that we're doing is proactive, trying to keep things from happening. But I don't want us to ever judge our police officers based on what one or two may do, because it's unfair to put all of them in the same category. I also want to say a couple of other things. West Side Community Center, Mayor, it's been brought to my attention. He left somewhere. There he is. Okay, blame it on the drugs. West Side Community Center, I understand, is the Boys and Girls Club is probably gonna move into that area, and we have an office there. When I say we, the Community Action Partnership. And that office, we have offices throughout the city. When people need help, especially people, in certain areas, they want to be able to walk to those offices, because sometimes our public transportation can be a little challenging in some regards. We're doing good, and Mr. Brown, and we're going to do better. But my point is, if we could somehow manage to leave that office, or at least office space for them, in the West Side Community Center, it certainly would be appreciated, and it would continue to serve that particular segment of our society, our residents. Also, as it relates to the Calvary Hill Center, and Mr. President, I was going to ask if we could take 15GG and 14C. 15GG deals with the schools, and I believe the fire station number 3 there on Bob Wallace and Jordan Lane. And just what I'm understanding about that is that 40% of all of the calls that involve fire rescue or a need for their services, whether it's an accident scene or actual fire or an entrapment or whatever the case might be, 40% of those calls come from those fire stations in that area. When I say those fire stations, I'm referring to the one on University, the one on Clinton, the one on Wynn, and the one on Drake, as well as the one on Jordan Lane. So I wish we could take that out of order tonight so that we can discuss that. And also, 14C, I believe we have reached an agreement on that. I certainly want to be a part of the history and voting to have that street renamed the Dr. Joseph Lowry Street. So if you could honor my request, I certainly would appreciate that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Council members, Mr. Culver come to me before with a request earlier to take some out of order, and that's normally our procedure. I'll be glad to do whatever the council wishes, but it's an unusual precedent to start pulling things out of order. It's up to the majority of the council what they'd like to do, and I'll change the agenda any way y'all want to do it. So let me hear from you, Mr. Klein.
Could we just get through the council comments at that point? We're finished with item 12. Could we do it at that point? We've already had public comments. I don't think we're cutting the public.
No, it's fine with me. I'll do it any way y'all want to do it.
Mr. President, typically, when an item is for introduction, we don't take action on that particular night. I understand that the councilman has some issues and certainly want him to get relief, but we'll get to vote on this another time in his presence.
Okay, that's a good point. Okay.
And Ms. Culver, what's the purpose for taking it out of order? Just do you,
because I'm planning to leave.
Oh, you want to leave? Okay. Council members, do y'all want to take them out of order? I need nods or something.
At the end of
Of
12.
item 12? Okay, we'll do it your way. Let's go. Then, Mr. Kling, you're up.
Okay. Mr. President, first of all, I want to congratulate my in-laws. Today is sort of a special day. Elizabeth and Andrew Lyons are celebrating their 67th wedding anniversary. And I think that's an achievement right there that we don't see too much of. Also, Saturday, Andrew, my hardworking father-in-law, will be 90 years young, and that's something that I think is a pretty good milestone for all of us to try to work toward. And I want to wish them the best. They've been super folks to have married into the family with, and wish them the very best for this weekend. A couple activities I've done during the last several days. Today it was my privilege to speak at the Optimist Club and talking about some of the growth issues and good stories that we have going on in the city of Huntsville. Also, earlier I participated with the meeting Monday night at the Rocket View Neighborhood Association, and Monday of last week attended the Holiday Homes Neighborhood Association, and certainly appreciate the good work that those neighborhoods have been doing to improve themselves. A couple of issues I wanted to raise, and Mr. Jofrion, I guess let me throw this to you. One of the problems that's going on in the Holiday Homes neighborhood is the fact that these advertising mini newspapers are being thrown into people's driveways. And as you've told me earlier, there are free speech issues that have to be addressed. The concerns that I have specifically about it is the fact that residents of the neighborhood have contacted the advertising party, and they're the specific property owners, and they've raised objections about these items continue to be thrown into their driveways, and sometimes there have been some deserted houses where there are 2, 3, or even 4 of these things. They get wet. They get to be kind of an unsightly thing for the neighborhood. What would be the proper avenue? And I have received a copy of a petition that they had done where they allow the members to sign up if they wanted to continue to receive these items or to sign up if they wanted to opt out. What would be the proper avenue, or how can these folks get some relief? They had previously contacted the company on an individual basis, and they still continue to get these things in their yard. I know there's free speech, but what about the rights of the property owner?
Yes, sir. And there are, I mean, the property owners do have rights as well. Free speech interests do have a limit, as do all constitutional provisions and rights. There is probably a little lack of clarity in our current ordinance. And not that it's defective, but if given the particular situation you're dealing with, these circulars that are thrown in the driveway probably currently meet the definition of handbill, and which are allowed to be placed as long as they're not, quote, distributable by the elements. And after 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 collect, at some point it becomes litter and no longer is a handbill but becomes trash, basically. Probably the best thing to do, Mr. Kling, would be for us to make an amendment to the ordinance to clarify that, to give those who still do not want to receive them more enforcement power through us if they've made efforts to communicate with the company and said they don't want to receive.
Could you prepare something
Sure.
that could come up for
Yes, sir.
introduction at the next meeting? And again, this is not me trying to coerce. This is what they have done. They gave me a copy of their petition, and as I understand it, just about everybody on the petition who signed the "do not want to receive any more" column, individually they've contacted the business, and they still are continuing to get that. So it's not me trying to coerce them. It's nobody from the city, nobody from Operation Green Team, but it's an issue that's coming from them that they had brought up. But anyway, thank you for whatever you could do. Also, I'd like to ask if somebody from the police department could come down. I think Chief Morris had left. I'd mentioned to him one of the big challenges, I guess, that's been taking place recently has been in the University Park neighborhood. I was at their neighborhood meeting this past Monday night. I think they've made some contact through the police department. Officer Hollingsworth, I think, has done real good community relations work with them. He's had some health issues and he's been out. But there's been a problem with what seems to be very active crime taking place in the neighborhood. There's been, ironically, photo surveillance that people have had at their homes that has brought up people just kind of peering around, looking, and later, a couple days later, something is missing or there's been a break-in, and possibly there's a pattern, possibly there's not. But can the police department take some hard-line steps to help this neighborhood?
Sure, Councilman McLean. Thank you for letting me address this, because this is something that happens in every side of town, and that is when a apartment complex gets older, it starts deteriorating. Property value will go down, and the owners will sell that property to somebody else, and they'll sell it to somebody else, and before we know it, we have an out-of-state owner of property in Huntsville, Alabama that has no vested interest in our community whatsoever. And we've identified this in other cities taking place, and it's when we affectionately call them slumlords take over that they no longer care for our community like we do. And we see this around some of these older communities, and we all have them. We all know who these are. So our community resource officers were tasked by Chief Morris to come up with a solution. And they went out and they looked and they found an organization that actually takes proactive steps to help cities cut this off before it gets out of hand. And it's being used in 44 different states right now. It's called the Gold Star Program. We may call ours the Shining Star Program because we're allowed to name it what we want. And Mayor Battle and Councilman City Administrator John Hamilton has worked with us. We spent many, many meetings working with this. We brought the instructor to Huntsville. We taught our SROs. They're now certified instructors. We wrote the manual that's over 500 pages long. We sent it to Tucson, Arizona, and it's being approved right now. When this is approved, it will give guidelines to apartment owners and property owners in Huntsville on how to improve their facilities. And if they follow these guidelines, these Gold Star guidelines, which include you can't let felons live in your property, that would be helpful. You have to put padlocks on your doors and windows. You have to cut the shrubs and make sure the lighting reaches a certain level. I mean, these are community environment type things, and it makes the property brighter. We call it a crime-free property addendum. And what happens is people want to live in those, and the police department can put a sign in the front of their building, they can now sign on. We sponsor them as a crime-free or a Gold Star participant member. They're now Gold Star members. That means they're working with the city of Huntsville to make their property look better. Now, these property owners like it because instead of charging $400 a month for rent, they can probably get $425 a month for rent, and their property looks bigger, brighter. The felons have now moved out because they can't stay in there. We know this works because housing department uses it, right? They have big success in keeping the unwanted element out. Property values go up, crime goes down. We don't have to spend as much time in these. We're very excited about this program. The mayor's been bought onto it. He's helped us, and John Hamilton has helped us, and we're getting it spearheaded off of Mr. Kling, just what you're talking about. Right next to that neighborhood is one of our areas. And I don't have to go into all of them. You all know these areas around here. This is some of the things that Chief Morris is excited about bringing up here also, because we have these community resource officers that can go out here and stimulate these low-income housing areas to do a better job, hold them accountable. And if they're accountable, their property values go up, their rent goes up, they're able to fill these apartments with renters, which right now a lot of them are not being rented at all, and they're going down. And we want to stop that from happening.
I believe that there's going to be a meeting that the police department, some folks are going to be having with the neighborhood, and I guess I just want to kind of wave a flag on their behalf that it looks like they're very concerned. A lot of it seems possibly to be coming from a nearby adjacent apartment complex, but you know, these are good folks. They've been working real hard for their neighborhood.
Very active community watch is a part of their success. They get out there and they meet with. They're meeting tonight, by the way, at the West Precinct, and having more meetings. They meet every month. So
And Mr. Kling, I might mention Tuesday night when we wrote. Kevin Murray has trained his men. They know every hidey hole right around that University Park area. We went and we actually patrolled around there and went to the hidey holes where you might find somebody who's not supposed to be there and staying overnight or trying to do this or that. And they have been watching all that, and they have been very, very proactive on it. I was very impressed with all the information they knew about that area and the whole strip of area just there to the west of Jordan Lane.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. Is anybody here from ITS by chance? I didn't get a chance to talk to them before. I just want to wave a flag to you about an issue, nothing that I'm sure you can't really respond to right now, but I just want you to be aware. I've been getting a lot of calls lately within, I guess it's kind of the medical central area part of the district I represent. And to be honest, I don't know if it goes over to the other side of Governor's Drive where Mr. Russell represents, but there have been a lot of Comcast outages that have taken place lately. And it includes the area that I live in, so I can see it, but I've had people calling about it. And I just want to let you be aware of it. It just seems like the last 2 or 3 weeks there's been several outages of service there. And people have called, and sometimes it's internet, most of the time it seems to be cable TV. But I don't know if there's any quality standards in the cable franchise agreement, and I don't want to stump you on that tonight, but I did tell the folks I would let them know that there is a problem, which is why probably a lot of people who possibly might be watching, who might want to watch the meeting tonight can't, because of another one of the cable outages taking place.
Yeah, we'll certainly call them tomorrow morning. They're very responsive when we call them, our government reps. And as you know, a while back when we had some outages down there, it was actually due to them relocating cables for Whole Foods. So it could be some construction issues, it could be technical issues, but I'll find out and get back to you, sir.
Okay. But again, it's been, I'd say, the area between, perhaps it's east of California Street.
Right.
But seems like the last couple of weeks, even before the last council meeting, and I just wanted to let you know. So I guess that'd be about 4 weeks.
We'll find out for you.
Okay. And Mr. President, I guess one final thing. Monday night, I will be having my monthly town meeting, and certainly it's open for anybody to come to, and we're always glad to talk about issues. I know one of the important things is the man of the hour in the back, near the back row, Mr. Hatfield, and road resurfacing, road repair, pothole repair is certainly an important topic. And Terry, let me just say we appreciate the work you're doing and the work that you and your department are going to be doing in the next several weeks throughout the city, because you've had a rough winter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Dr. Showers.
Mr. President, I'm delighted to acknowledge some men that's with us tonight from Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity. I'm delighted because what we're going to be doing starting Sunday through next Saturday, the 23rd of May, we want to invite all to attend the Health Education Fair. That will be at the Shower Center. My pole mark, Chris Calhoun, and the other brothers are still here. There were several brothers had to leave, but we're looking forward. Mayor, we had wanted to take a picture with our mayor tonight. And some couldn't stay, but we certainly, for the record, I want to get a picture with the mayor, if that's going to be possible. Tonight, Drake Technical College. I would be remiss if I don't acknowledge my friend, Commissioner. He and I represent basically the same area of the city. Bob, delighted to have you with us tonight. Tonight, Drake Technical Community College is having its graduation over at the South Hall. And congratulations to Dr. McAlpine, her staff, and the students that are graduating certainly tonight. On tomorrow, I will be going out to Lynn Fanning's elementary school for a reading session out there at that elementary school. That's early tomorrow morning at 8:30. I'll be going out there to do that. Most of you know May 16th through the 19th is our annual Alabama League of Municipalities meeting. We will be meeting in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and that will start officially Saturday, and it would end Tuesday. The blue ribbon cutting, for the Huntsville Bible College will take place Sunday at 3 o'clock on Oakwood Avenue, 906 Oakwood Avenue. They've just completed their new building, and they'll have their ribbon cutting ceremony Sunday at 3 o'clock. I would be remiss if I would not say this. There's been several statements made tonight about some things that are going on in this country today, in our society today. And it is a delight to hear that the mayor, the administration, the police department is very receptive to having the officers to start with wearing the body cameras. I agree with some of the speakers who made statements that it's better to do it now than to do it later. Some of you are here tonight that remember several incidents that took place in Huntsville. Some was captured, some were not. There were some videos of some incidents. Most there were not any available. But certainly we want to be positive and move in a way that Huntsville won't have to be identified as some other cities have been identified when it comes to police brutality. We are delighted tonight to welcome our chairperson for our North Huntsville Association. North Huntsville, we are still asking for our vacant buildings, our dilapidated buildings, our blighted areas, and most of all, I can thank the lady that spoke. She's still here. She said there's no grocery stores. There are no restaurants. We got 1 or 2 restaurants. And I want to thank this administration for working with us to generate some opportunities. We have some new vendors that's coming to North Huntsville. I'm going to let the administration share with you who that is. I've not told the North Huntsville Business Association the names of these persons that are considering North Huntsville. We got some sites, buildings that are vacant. I'm glad the commissioner is here tonight. The building at Parkway in Oakwood, whenever y'all are ready to assume that building, you can have it. And Mayor and John Hamilton, we all aware that there is a proposal for them to have a one-stop situation there, licensing, permitting, etc. And so I'm just waiting on the commissioner to assume that. We've got another spot up at Max Luther in the Parkway that we are looking at. Is Shane Davis here tonight? Shane, are you privileged tonight to tell us where we are with the Old Pearsall property that we assumed at the last council meeting, and the site that is over at the intersection of Max Luther and the Parkway on the west side? There's some property there, and that's another piece of property. Is it too early tonight to say to the public where we are with those pieces of property in North Huntsville?
Councilman Showers, I can share what I can at this stage. As you're aware, we've recruited At Home, the decor superstore, to locate on the Parkway. Initially wanted to look out west where a lot of the retail activity is occurring. They believe in what we're doing on the Parkway, both north and south, and have acquired and started remodeling the former Kmart location. As you mentioned, Madison County Commission has some interest at the opposite corner of the Parkway in Oakwood. We're starting to take care of some blighted areas on the east side of the Parkway, just north of Oakwood. The piece of property you mentioned at Max Luther, the former Builder Square property, we're still working with ownership to see how best to configure maybe an RFP for a redevelopment there. We're still trying to figure out how best to handle that to work in the city's benefit, but also the property owner, and to get the success we're wanting. We do have some new retailers that we're working with up north near the Gander Mountain store. I can't disclose who those are right now. We're not at a stage that they want to be publicly known at this stage. But good things are happening. We're working every week along the entire Parkway corridor, both north and south. We've got some things working both in what I call the central core of the Parkway, feeding off the Whole Foods development, and in South Huntsville in the Grissom area starting to get a lot of interest. I'm hoping in the next couple of months we can share some of these retailer names. They're very sensitive to that, to the point in time that most of them are publicly traded companies, so they kind of want to control the announcement of their names and expansion locations.
Thank you very, very much. Very much. That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Showers. Dr. Robbins.
I want to follow up quickly on two issues that were raised earlier. I'm excited to hear about the Gold Star program. There's been a lot of concern expressed among neighborhood associations about rental properties and how we're holding landlords accountable, and this sounds like an interesting way to approach it. Are we going to have a presentation for council at any point on that, or could we, as it develops?
We can, and to be clear, that program, as it's currently configured, is focused on multifamily. Separate issue with single-family residents. Doesn't mean that there's certainly elements of it that could expand to that, but right now the program that the Captain Murray was talking about is particularly focused on multifamily complexes.
A start.
It is.
So that would be I would love to see a presentation on that. Okay. And secondly, with regard to the body cameras, before I even was sitting in this chair, one of my first conversations with Chief Morris was an inquiry about body cameras. And as I've done some research on them, I have found that they are incredibly valuable to protect both parties involved. Also, as with most emerging technologies, the technology increases very quickly, the cost declines very quickly, and if you hit it at just the right point, you can do more good. And I think that's sort of where we're going, where we can do as many cameras as possible and get as much bang for the buck and get the best technology. We also have the opportunity then to learn from the challenges and the successes of other communities that have used them. And so when we do it, we will do as we do most things and do it exceptionally well. And I think
everybody here is united that that's something we want to see happen, and we want to see it done to the very best extent possible. And I guess it would be appropriate to tell you all that I will not be here at the May 28th council meeting because I will be out west. My son-in-law is graduating from the police academy in Tucson, and I will be there to see him become a sworn officer. And so I take very personally this idea of what we're talking about here, and we'll follow it very carefully as a result. I have seen up close, thanks to the internet, his training. I've gotten to see him learn all kinds of things that probably I would rather not know that he was going to be learning, but it was a great training. And it's evident to me how absolutely critical that training piece is going to be, as well as the body cameras and other defensive things that we have. So that's just following up on that. I had a town hall meeting, a second town hall meeting, a very successful, great turnout, great conversation, also another meeting of the South Huntsville Business Association. And what I have discovered in the course of those meetings is if you don't give people good information, they make it up. And it's so critical to share good information. And that was a conversation we had at our last Business Association meeting, is how do we communicate internally, how do we get that message out to the community? So we're going to be working on that. And I think part of the information sharing perhaps needs to be between North Huntsville and South Huntsville. And Councilman Showers and I have had that conversation as well, and we'll be following up with that. We had a very successful community cleanup day on May 2nd. We challenged the neighborhood associations just to clean up the entrances to their neighborhoods, and worked with community development and landscape and green team and public works to do special projects in those neighborhoods. And I have to tell you that the cooperation from the city staff was absolutely phenomenal. Joy's team is just wonderful. Terry's team was willing to do whatever we needed to do, and community development was out there doing whatever they could do to cite and to make people very much aware of what was going on in their neighborhoods. We're going to follow it up with a cleanup effort at Ditto. Like downtown, Ditto belongs to all of us. It's not just South Huntsville's backyard, it's the community's backyard. And we're going to see great things happening at Ditto, and I would invite scout troops, churches, civic organizations, fraternities from all over town to come and join us. It will be June 6th, 9 o'clock to 11:30 in the morning, where there will be everything from picking up trash to cutting down trees to clearing privet to painting. The Ditto board has identified a number of different projects, and we'll be dividing it up, and Green Team will be there to support us. And I would invite all of you to join us on June 6th, 9 o'clock at Ditto. I have a question. I swore I would never do this, but I do want to call out some staff just to ask a question. Mr. Davis, you're standing there ready. Today, as I was driving down the South Parkway, I saw a big old lineup there at Hazeland Square and a whole lot of activity going on. And it looks like good things are getting ready to happen with the Hazeland Road extension. Have had questions, in fact, from some citizens about what's going on and what's the timeline on opening that road up. Can you give us a little bit of an update?
We're very, very close. We're probably about 45 days away to getting it striped and some traffic on it. We still have some backfill, some seed and strawing around sidewalks, but we're getting very close. And then later this month, we feel that ALDOT will actually open bids for the overpasses, be the first of the second of the 5 50-50 agreement projects. 72 East is now picking up speed since the weather has broke, and then we hope to see later in early 2016 the North Parkway overpass get started. So we're on schedule with our projects, and the Hazeland Road extension is getting very, very close. If you haven't driven it, council members, it's turned out to be a beautiful, beautiful boulevard into there, opening up property I didn't even know existed for development.
And so you're thinking end of the month, probably?
End of the month, mid-June, somewhere around there, to really get it clean and striped. But most all the asphalt's down, the curb, all the drainage is in, most of the sidewalks have been poured, just really doing cosmetic stuff to finish the road up.
Thank you. And then finally, I would be remiss if I didn't note Ms. Pearlie Stamper, who served the council for 25 years, who served me for just 6 months of those 25 years. But I know we will all miss her and honor her on her retirement as she leaves us all tomorrow.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. I, too, want to express my gratitude to Ms. Stamper for 25 years of service to the City Council. I think she had over 32 years with the city, the 25 years with the city council. I don't believe Ms. Temper ever had a bad day. She met every citizen with a big smile on her face and a big greeting and a big hug, and we really appreciate that kind of attitude from a city employee, and she was a wonderful example of just a great person to be around. So we enjoyed the 25 years with her, and we look forward to seeing her during her retirement. Council members and the public, we will have a joint meeting with the Madison City Council on Thursday, May 21st at 7:30 a.m. at the Earlier Works Museum. The purpose, as you well know, is to make sure that we all know each other and are talking and exchanging ideas. The discussions after we introduce ourselves will be mainly on roads and planning, but if there's any specific issues you want added to the agenda, please notify me. We will also have a work session on Thursday, May 21st at 5 p.m. to discuss the J.C.'s building and John Hunt Park, and we'll do those together. And if there's, Dr. Showers?
Mr. President, I just failed to mention Mr. Terry Hatsfield. We've been having a lot of concerns about our roads, the potholes, the need for paving. Could I just take a minute to have him say to us where we are with Pulaski Pipe?
Dr. Showers, if I could I go ahead and finish what I was saying, then I'll get back to you?
I thought you was finished.
No, sir. No,
Okay,
sir.
go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to have the work session Thursday, May 21st at 5 p.m. Discuss J.C.'s building and John Hunt Park. The Kennemore personal hearings are scheduled for Thursday, May 21st at 6 p.m., so that will be immediately following, or as close to following the work session as possible. There are 3 hearings that night, so council members prepared to stay here, I would guess, an hour and a half to 2, so please book 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. For the Kennemore hearing, so really 5 to 8 Thursday night for being here in these chambers. I want to give thanks to the Huntsville Sports Commission and hosts of city employees that helped make the Alabama High School Athletic Association Soccer Championship a great success, and the regional softball tournament also a great success. You may have seen the positive media coverage the Sports Mission received from AL.com and the Huntsville Times about the economic benefit it has brought to our community, and being at those tournaments, I can really see the out-of-town people that are coming to Huntsville, and they're enjoying it. They're very complimentary of the people and the things that we have here. They enjoy our restaurants and have enjoyed our hotels. Dr. Showers, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Hatsfield.
Councilman, tonight, I think it's item 15DD. We're going to ask that you approve a contract, a little over $2.7 million that will resurface 48 roads. There are 2 roads that we've added. One is part of Pulaski Pike, which is going to be continuing extension of what we have done on Pulaski Pike. We did from Holmes to University. Now we're going to go from University to Oakwood. Another one we're going to add is in Councilman McLean's district. I think it's named in Monroe, that connects Parkway to Governors.
From the intersection of Pulaski Pipe and Sparkman Drive to Maston Lake, where is that section going to come in terms of the next paving?
I'd have to see where it is on the list, but it's our intention to continue going on Pulaski Pike till we get it fully resurfaced.
Okay, before you go to your seat, Oakwood Avenue from Pulaski to Jordan Lane and Maston Lake from Pulaski to Jordan Lane. Would you look back and see what the timetable is on those 2 streets?
Yes, sir. I know part of Oakwood is on the list to do tonight. It graded out the worst part. With that one section you're talking about, I think grades out the next highest. So once we do that, it'll be looked at doing in our next list.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. Kling.
If I could, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of a out-of-town dignitary, Mr. Napoleon Culver, who, with the last name you might guess, is the brother of Councilman Culver up here. Mr. Culver is an educator visiting from out of town. We're glad to have you, sir, and enjoyed meeting with you earlier. And I have a little memento I wanted to give you on behalf of the mayor and the council. We have an honorary citizen certificate that I'll bring down to you. And again, we're glad to have you, sir. You just have that.
Mr. Culver, that honorary means that we don't put you on the tax rolls, so.
Mr. President,
Dr. Showers.
one last thing, I would be remiss if I would not acknowledge my nephew. I was out of town last week. Chad Adams graduated. We were in Charleston, South Carolina. He graduated from Citadel, and he'll be leaving this week, going for officers training. And I just, Jeannie, I would be remiss if I would not acknowledge that to the public tonight. I had a nephew last year who graduated from West Point, and I got another nephew that is at Citadel. Is already out and being commissioned, and so I got a family of military officers in my family, and so I just had to acknowledge that, how proud I am of my nephews. Thank you.
Okay, council members, there was a request to take items out of order. We're going to take those items out of order, then we're going to have to take a break to change the paper. Councilman Culver, my understanding is you want to take 15GG out of order? 15GG is a resolution authorizing the mayor to agreement between the City of Huntsville and the Huntsville City Board of Education for the sale and purchase of Calvary Hill School, the Huntsville Center for Technology, and the Selden Center. The chair moves for approval.
Second.
Second by Dr. Robinson. Mr. Culver?
Yes, go ahead. I'll defer to Councilman Clean.
Mr. President, first of all, I want to commend Mayor Battle on the work that he and Mr. Hamilton put together on this, because I like the idea of, instead of having empty buildings, empty school buildings, that good outcomes come from it. I did mention to him that I did have concerns about the impact of closing a fire station in a central area, and I think Chief McFarland is supposed to be coming to provide some information. But a lot of good things are in this, and again, I think the idea that the central area of the city, the administration's done some great things, and I like the idea of the city and the school system working together to fill up empty, vacant school buildings instead of just leaving them empty. Stone Middle School, West Huntsville Elementary, those are good things. So like what you're doing here, the Center for Technology, I think will be great for expanding Brand Springs Park and this helping the senior center, and we just work out these other issues.
Council members, Mr. Hamilton has asked that he asked me for permission to do a proposal or presentation tonight, and I told him it was okay. Does anybody else want to ask questions or remarks before Mr. Hamilton does this? Mr. Hamilton, you have the floor.
Members of council, what you've got on the agenda tonight is an agreement that we recommend approval on to purchase some school properties from the Huntsville City Schools, and the presentation is intended to lay out for you what the terms of that agreement is. It involves the exchange of both some money as well as land between both entities. And then also, at the end of that section, Chief McFarland will come up because it does involve Fire Station 3, as was previously noted, and he'll lay out the fire service coverage for that part of the city and explain what he sees as the outcome with eventual closure of that fire station. So first I want to run through what is the agreement, what land is involved, what are the terms of that agreement, and also what we intend at this point to do with the 3 school properties. The first property to be discussed here is the Huntsville Center for Technology that is on Drake Avenue. It's about 38 acres. There are 5 buildings on the piece of property, but we assess those buildings to be beyond their serviceable life for our purposes. So our intent is, once we gain possession of them, to demolish those buildings and ultimately do expansion of some other city facilities that are already in the area. That property right now, in addition to those 5 buildings that contain the Huntsville Center for Technology for the school system, has some athletic fields that you can see on the northern side that are on school-owned property today, but they're recreation department facilities that they manage on behalf of the community. And so we're getting land that we have already been using for a number of years. Additionally, Fire Station 6 that was moved in the very recent past out of John Hunt Park out of the old airport is located on that property and currently leased from the school system. So the property, we'll end up owning that entire complex. What it will allow us to do is achieve some things that has already been considered in the capital improvement plan that you approved just beginning of this last fiscal year. First is the expansion of the senior center. And that will, we're in the early stages right now developing that concept. We think ultimately there's an opportunity to do a facility that provides additional capacity not only to the senior center but also to the Bronze Springs Recreation Center. Some of what the senior center needs is actually some gym space, some things for physical activity, and we think there's a way to do some shared space and achieve some savings in expanding capacity of both those facilities there. The senior center is on that southeastern corner of that block, and the rec center's immediately north of it. So we're working through that concept now very early in the conceptual phase with the architects and looking at exactly how we can achieve that program. But there's money already set aside in the capital plan in a future year to pay for that expansion of the senior center. And that also noted in the second point there can achieve an expansion of the Bronze Springs Rec Center. The other thing that we hope to achieve with this property is an expansion of the Merrimack Soccer Complex. There's community has talked for a number of years now about the shortage of soccer fields, and when I say soccer fields, I also serve the lacrosse community, which is growing rapidly. We do not have enough regulation-sized soccer fields throughout our city to meet the demand of our community, and it has been a real struggle for the rec department to be able to manage those facilities and provide to the community what they need. On this acreage, we think we can add an additional 8 soccer fields, which then accommodates not only the day-to-day use of our community, but also accommodates the larger tournaments and things that the Sports Commission brings into our community. The next property is what's known as the Selden Center. That property has been vacant for a period of time now, and it's about 2.5 acres and a 17,000 square foot building. In this case, we assess that the building does have good use for us, and we will intend to use that to consolidate some police functions that are currently spread amongst multiple precincts. Will allow us to consolidate an investigative division under leadership and bring and co-locate with them some of the functions out of the crime scene team that supports their functions. And so we would convert that facility with some renovations over to a police function. That allows us also then to achieve some other things that we need to do on facilities. Some of the discussion tonight about police operations in our city, some of those things in order to achieve what we want to achieve and what our citizens have asked of us. And some members of council and I have talked about some of these needs in reshaping some of the things in the headquarters, particularly with internal affairs. Getting things consolidated here allows us then to free other space. And so there'll kind of be a series of dominoes that fall with police facilities that will allow them, I think, to be, from the standpoint of facilities, more efficient, more effective, and free up space to achieve some of the things that we want to inside of the police department. So this facility would go to police functions. The third facility is, you'll hear it referred to sometimes as AAA. The school system, the magnet school AAA, is currently housed in what we refer to as the Calvary Hills School. And our intent would be, as the AAA school moves to its new facility and it retains that name of AAA for that magnet school at its new location, where it will start this fall, we believe the appropriate thing is to maintain the Calvary Hills name with this facility. And adjacent to the Calvary Hills School is our Calvary Hills Rec Center. So ultimately what this piece of property allows us to assemble multiple things that we have that are really community, recreation, and enrichment functions into a single property. On that southwestern corner is the rec center. Outside of the lines, the boundary there is not precise. It's just intended to help highlight where the property is that we're purchasing. So that southwestern corner outside of the lines is what we already have as the rec center. And to the northeastern corner, those athletic fields are already Parks and Recreation facilities. So this will consolidate all that under the leadership of the Parks and Rec Department. This facility is very substantial. So not only the 24 acres of land, but the building is a little over 93,000 square feet, and it's in very, very good condition. And we believe that there's a number of functions that can be consolidated there that will all be focused on enrichment to that community. So let me kind of run through what we know today, and there's still much to learn about the use of this facility. So there'll be more to come on what we believe we can achieve for the community in this facility. And there's a number of entities, outside agencies that we would anticipate consolidating at this facility. Every one of those use agreements and or leases will come before you as we work through that concept. So you'll see these things again, but I want to highlight for you those things that we know today and where we are in the process of developing the concept. First is an expansion of that rec center. That recreation center does not have a basketball court or an indoor athletic facility. It does have what we refer to as a PE room. So there's a little bit of those kind of activities that can occur in the existing rec center. What getting this school allows us to do is actually get a full gymnasium, and it'll provide an additional facility, not only for maybe some of the adult leagues and things that participate in basketball or volleyball, but in particular for our youth sports and for the Metro League. This provides them another facility for their basketball and volleyball and other indoor sports. So that facility will be managed by Parks and Rec. Additionally, there's classroom space that I believe Parks and Rec will be able to begin expanding community programs and things that may be in the rec center now, where maybe space is not sufficient to meet the demands of the community. They'll have the opportunity to expand those kind of programs in the classroom spaces in the building. The next thing is a facility lease to the Greengate School. Now, I'll tell you that the way this property is currently zoned is zoned as R2B, and that zoning allows public schools, but it does not explicitly allow private schools. So, as noted on the slide, we are on the agenda for the next Board of Adjustment to seek a variance to allow the Greengate School to locate and lease a portion of this facility. Now, it does a couple things. If you're not familiar with the Greengate School, it is a private school that provides kindergarten through 8th grade, specifically focused on children that have certain learning disabilities, particularly dyslexia. And so they provide a very important service to our community in preparing those kids those very challenging years of learning to read and the academics that go into the elementary years, and prepare them then to move back into the typical high schools. So it's an important partnership, an important service to the community. Where they're currently located is not meeting their needs, and this is a good opportunity to continue to use a school facility for exactly that purpose, a school, and particularly one that meets such an important need for our community. And in addition to that, just from a fiscal standpoint, providing a lease to that private entity will provide revenue streams into this facility that will allow us to help continue to maintain it, make capital improvements, and sustain this facility. Because I fully expect that we will contemplate and we will bring to you use agreements for other nonprofits where we likely would not be able to achieve revenue streams off of their occupancy. And so those are all things to be negotiated with them and considered. And so I don't want to presuppose exactly what those lease agreements might be. But there are a number of organizations that we have already met with, a number that are already on my calendar to meet again to continue to flesh out the concept of what this can be. Our priority right now is for this facility to be one that adds enrichment to that community, particularly along the lines of academics. And so organizations that have already approached us and are looking at concepts where they might consolidate some services into the facility include the Boys and Girls Club, Village of Promise, and a few others that do very similar things. Now, we want to be cautious to not consolidate a bunch of organizations that ultimately could be redundant to each other. So we're really looking for partnerships. We're looking for organizations that will be complementary to each other, that can work closely together and provide services, particularly for the youth throughout this community. Village of Promise is a great example where in some ways they have been impacted by and will be impacted by the rezoning, as children that had been previously consolidated, kids that have been consolidated in Title I schools are now moved to other schools, and for all the right reasons, it's now much more difficult for Village of Promise to deliver service to them in their schools, which has been their model in the past. And so they've approached us with the idea that they need a centralized facility that's more accessible to the children. And you can make the same idea exists for a number of other nonprofit organizations that are focused on assisting children with academic preparation and social skills and things like that. So I think that what we will bring to you in the future is a number of use agreements for organizations like those. I'm being somewhat cautious because there's a long list of great organizations in our community that do that type of thing. And so we do not intend, particularly early on as we develop the concept, to be exclusive. But once we've had the opportunity to look at kind of that full inventory of organizations, understand their needs, see if this is really the right space. I've had some approach me with some ideas, but as we've looked at this building, it doesn't really fit their needs. So we want to make sure that the facility really meets their needs, and they will be able to contribute what they intend and what they desire to into this community that has a great need. So that's where the concept is going. Much yet to learn. I'll need to come back to you on multiple occasions to continue to provide more detail on those concepts and seek your approval for use agreements as we identify those organizations. The one that is most immediate is Greengate School, as they seek to actually make their move this summer. And so that move is dependent on the approval of variance from the Board of Adjustment to allow them to move in this summer. Another piece of this facility that we think will be very, very valuable to the community is the theater. You know, the AAA magnet school, because of the nature of what they did in the magnet programs, that theater is in very good condition, has a lot of resources that have been invested into it, and we anticipate being able to use that for very similar purposes in the community. There are members of the community that have run some great dance and theater type programs out of the Calvary Hills Rec Center, and they have not always had the facilities they need to really do it to the level they want to, and we think this theater will provide that kind of opportunity for those kind of programs. It'll also serve Greengate School, as they have arts or theater type programs. If Boys and Girls Club or other agencies like that are located, they would also have access to that theater to be able to do those types of programs to support enrichment for the children throughout that community. So a lot of great resources that this building can provide to us, and a lot of work yet to fully flesh out exactly what it'll do. But I hope that what I've described gives you an understanding of where we're headed with this particular facility and the enrichment that we want to bring to that community that surrounds that school.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, Mr. Kohler, we were about to run out of paper. I think you can go, then we're going to stop and change paper. But go ahead.
Not to derail you.
You through now? Okay, we need to take a recess right now. We'll have to take a 5-minute recess and come back at 8:30.
Okay, all right, great.
Sorry, I didn't know. Ask to the chamber come to order, please. We'll continue on with the meeting. Mr. Hamilton, you have the floor.
Okay, council members, what we've covered so far is what are the 3 properties that in this proposal the city would receive and what we intend to use them for. I think it's probably appropriate. Are there any questions about what you've seen so far just in terms of the uses of the facilities?
Yes.
Mr. Culver.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Hamilton. You've done an outstanding job explaining that. I know there will be multiple requests from nonprofits and other organizations similarly situated, and I know that you will do an outstanding job in terms of making sure that there's no conflict, making sure that they're all situated in that particular facility for all of the right reasons. And with that being said, there's one organization that I am looking at among all of the other organizations, and that would be the Buffalo Soldiers. One of the things that they're wanting to do is to create somewhat of a, for lack of a better description, a museum-type setting where children from all over the state can come to that particular area, get the history on it, whatever they include in their library, maybe some films, just, various things to educate our children in the state of Alabama, not just in the state of Alabama, but children from anywhere who want to know more about the Buffalo Soldiers. And it just seems to be a prime setting, considering that's where the monument is, if we could do something with that.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to meet with them. And as I say, there's a number of organizations that we've already scheduled to meet with and kind of review. One of the things that we have to look at with all the organizations is our ability to to provide the appropriate physical security. Certainly since a large part of the building will be focused on youth activities, we're very concerned about the security. And separate organizations sometimes need to be able to secure their space versus others. Certainly with assuming that we're able to complete a lease agreement and move the Green Gate School there, there's some work that will need to be done to provide doors that they can secure from others and segregate the building. And so with any of these organizations, we'll take a look at that. I think, one of the things that we really looked at here is making sure that we're able to preserve the land. I mean, part of this land includes the Buffalo Soldier, the monument, and the other things that are there, a memorial to those times. And so that is very appropriate. I don't disagree with what you're saying. We'll just need to take a look at making sure the facility meets their needs, and there's a way to do it in an appropriate way. So,
Mr. Councilman, when there is a scheduled meeting on that issue, Mr. Hampton, would you put me on the list to attend that meeting where that will be discussed?
Absolutely.
Buffalo.
Council members, we're having trouble hearing. Could you make sure everyone speaks in the microphone and their microphones are on?
Just need to be included when there is an opportunity to meet on the Buffalo Soldier issue. If you would let me know when that is, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dr. Robinson?
As I've been listening to this plan and reviewing it, my thoughts go back to a meeting I had years ago with Ed Starnes and Sandra Moon in Sandra's office up on the 7th floor following a subdivision planning committee meeting when we first started talking about the idea of consolidating schools and selling off excess properties as one way to help deal with the budget crisis that the school system was going through. And a Blue Ribbon committee was convened, and Ed chaired that committee, and everyone talked about how these properties were going to sell so quickly and that there was great use for them, and by golly, we would just see those dollars rolling in and we would use that money and we'd use it to renovate other properties, and it was a great plan. The only problem with it was no one wants to buy old schools. And those properties sat there vacant for years. And what had once been a strength to a neighborhood became a tremendous weakness and a blight. And so when we came up with the idea of relocating Grissom, my first question to the superintendent was, what are you going to do with the property? And don't tell me you're going to put a for sale sign on it. And that was when we came up with that idea of creating the community complex and working out a proposition with the city where the city would take it over. And that was what made the Grissom move possible, because the community was so excited about that being a strength to the neighborhood. I see the same thing happening with this plan, where we're going to be able to create, as the schools move out, we create tremendous strength in the neighborhood. And this is a plan that is truly a win-win for everybody.
We certainly believe so. And I'll tell you that, as we talk about reutilizing school facilities, there's some where, we believe that the municipal government participation, the city participation in that is appropriate. These are 3 examples. There's other ones, though. The school system is closing and doing some other consolidations that where we don't at this point anticipate us participating in. So, the court order that came out just a couple weeks ago includes in their closure of West Lawn Middle School. At this point, we do not anticipate, it's not part of this plan. We don't anticipate there being a need from the city for that. Butler High School is another one that I think the school system will in the near future market, and it's the same thing. We have not identified a need. So we want, while we want to look for opportunities where we can do good, and I think you're right that allowing a school to sit there boarded up absolutely is a detriment to the community. At the same time, we've got to be smart with the resources that are entrusted to us and make sure that it's something that what we do with it can be positive for the community. And so not all of these are ones where we think we can do something positive with. And so there'll still be a need for the school system to market those properties in a way that successfully gets them moved and something good happens on those properties. So.
Well, and it depends on the property. Some properties, as we found with Stone, eventually you find the right property, you put together the right package, and it works, and it becomes a strength for the neighborhood with a public-private partnership. And so there may be other opportunities out there as well. But another piece of this that I don't know that has been mentioned is that it will actually lead to the redevelopment of Morris Elementary, that's worked into this as well with the bonds that will help
it does.
finance
In fact,
that.
the next slide gets at the terms. And when we go into the terms, you'll see some of that is money that moves from the city to the school system, and I think you've already seen publicly that the school system has indicated they intend to use that money to begin the construction of the new Morris P8 there in West Huntsville. So ultimately, that's where they intend to use the money. And then that will allow the closure of West Lawn as declared in the court order, and then the construction of the new Morris. So any other questions on the uses? And I want to go to the terms.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, I have questions. How would you defend the accusation that the city's getting in the commercial real estate business and basically taking over a function that should be done by private business by buying a building that's for sale and leasing it out?
We certainly don't want to be in the commercial real estate business. There's obviously examples routinely where the city in one way or another participates, whether it's an incentive package or leasing or selling of city-owned property for commercial purposes. And so we're not completely excluded from that. Earlier tonight, we talked about how can the city participate in redevelopment of commercial corridors along Memorial Parkway, both north and south. So we recognize that we have a role to play in partnership with private industry in bringing development into communities. I think that this is a good example. If we compare AAA to Westlawn, I said, as I mentioned, at this point, we don't anticipate participation in Westlawn. Westlawn is located in a place where it should be able to be marketed very successfully for commercial purposes. And that property where it's located with the street frontage that it has in an area where commercial activity is appropriate to the surrounding uses, and certainly the school system will have to work through the zoning, and anybody who might want to purchase it will need to work through the appropriate zoning. But that provides great opportunity for the private community to bring commercial development into that community, and whether it's a grocery store or some other retail activity or entertainment or something maybe even light industrial, that's something that private community I think can put together an appropriate deal that's additive to that community. Where AAA is located, that is not true. It's completely surrounded by residential areas. It's zoned for residential, and we believe it would be extremely challenging for that property to turn into something truly commercial. So while we believe the appropriate use for this would be partnership with some outside agencies, at this point we don't anticipate retail activity or other things like that you would think of as a customer service type business. We are looking for the kind of agencies we routinely partner with to come in and create a community center that's vibrant and is additive to that community and provide services that the children and the families need in those surrounding residential areas. So we've tried very hard to take a hard look at where are these properties located and what's a reasonable use for that land, for that building, and so that's what we think we've achieved here. Butler High School is another example where we don't really believe that there's a public use, certainly not from our perspective, that we would use for that facility, and we would certainly hope the school system is successful in marketing that to a private entity that would do some for-profit type activity there, or whatever the private industry might find useful for that property. So everyone is unique. Everyone is in a different location. When we look at HCT and why do we look at that for recreational purposes? Well, I zoomed the map into where you just saw HCT, but if we zoom back out, what you would see is it's bounded by the Merrimack Soccer Complex, the Milton Frank Stadium, the Bronze Springs, the Senior Center, the Natatorium across the street. And as we look at long-term, the plan for the greenways, it is a connection down to John Hunt Park and ultimately up to other things, recreational type things like Low Mill. So, it sits in a place where we can very much begin to achieve the vision that many people have talked about a kind of a Central Park system. We've sometimes referred to John Hunt Park as Central Park. And I think when we really look at the community resources and the regional resources provided there, it's really bigger than just John Hunt. All those properties in the aggregate, I think, are what really equal Huntsville Central Park, that can provide resources that the entire community, the entire county, the entire region are able to come in and enjoy. So, that facility becomes the connection between those independent parks that I just talked about, and they start coming together and aggregating together and provide good regional facilities. There's no other property in Huntsville that sits in the center of all those other parks. So that's the right use for that particular property, and we can provide a great public good by doing that. So every one of them is unique. There's a number of other properties outside of this plan that we're looking at in North Huntsville, and Dr. Showers and I have talked on multiple occasions about what some of the other public facilities that we have. How do we use Johnson High School to then create other opportunities? There is, in fact, a very detailed conversation going on about the North Huntsville Library Branch. And use of some of these facilities is what gives us the ability then to flip the next property into that. So there's all those conversations are ongoing. Those concepts are in development. Architects are beginning to put pencil to paper on a number of those things. And so while we're looking at these three particular properties in isolation for the purpose of studying this particular purchase, they're in fact part of a much broader plan that allows us to start converting some of these public facilities into new modern facilities that our community demands.
And follow up on that is, do you anticipate the city charging market rates for the leased space? Because, like example, you've used Greengate. They're at a private development in District 2 that we've worked really hard on, to track Greengate over there. We're real proud of it. Now they're going to move to a city-owned building. Is there an unfair advantage because the city's attracting them? Can you describe how you feel about that and whether we should be involved in competing with private businesses?
Well, I'll tell you, we did not recruit them to move. They came to us, and that's because they are in a privately owned facility, but they, and their arrangement with that private building owner is between the two of them. I don't know all the details about it. I've had the opportunity to see some of the terms, so understand that what we're providing here, I would call it market rate.
Okay.
And so we're negotiating that with them now. I think that when you see the numbers, I think we'll all be comfortable that we're charging them an appropriate amount per square foot, given what their mission is, but also that they are a private entity that has a revenue stream. And I would not recommend that we give them a heavily subsidized rate that is appropriate to use their revenue streams for them to pay what I think is an appropriate market rate for the type of facility they're getting here. It is my understanding, and I don't want to speak for the organization, but I think the reason they came to us is they intended to move regardless. Okay. And they were looking for a place where they can actually begin to expand their mission and reach more of those children that have such a significant need. So I don't believe that the city at all caused that move. That move was happening regardless. They were really struggling to find a place that was appropriate for the academic environment. Clearly, a school that was designed for the academic environment was perfect, and so this opportunity was there. And so I think that we are doing right. I don't like the idea of the city competing with private industry, and I understand why there certainly could be that perception, but I think in this case, their suitable alternatives don't really exist for them out there in the private market, and that's why I think it's appropriate to recommend that they go into this building.
And what was the reasoning when you're negotiating with the school system? I understand buying the gym and the park, the fields next to Calvary Hills are fields. That makes perfect sense. But if it's such a good idea to lease the space, why didn't the school system just leasing the space and us not taking over the building? Just take over the gym like we want?
We certainly could. I'll be honest with you, we did not. We didn't contemplate that. I think
they probably weren't interested in it.
I don't think they would be interested in that. I mean, I don't know that anybody asked them to, so I don't want to speak for what decision they might have made had somebody asked them to lease it out. They were very interested in selling this. In fact, originally we were only talking about HCT and the Selden Center, and I was personally working with members of the administration of the school system, and I wasn't even aware that AAA was moving. Okay. And they actually brought it up to us, say, hey, oh, by the way, AAA is also closing, and we would be interested in basically packaging the three properties together. And so, the terms of this is a package deal. So when you see the consideration that we're providing to the school system, it's the three properties rolled together is the way it's represented. So I've had people ask me, what's the individual price for each one? Well, we didn't structure the deal that way. We didn't contemplate it that way. It's a single package of consideration for a package of three properties that change hands between the two entities. So it was them that asked us to consider purchasing it. Quite frankly, my initial reaction was reluctance, because we weren't really sure what to do with it. But I told them we would try and do some due diligence just in looking at, can we do something there that we think will be beneficial to the community? And when we got confident that we could do something that would be good for the community, that's when we moved forward and included it in the negotiations and the package with the other two.
And what is the price?
So the next slide is the terms. So what the city receives is the facilities that we've just gone through, the Selden Center, the building plus 2.5 acres. And that is, because it's currently vacant, would be immediately available to us. Closing in the agreement, closing is set to be no later than July 1st. And so we would take possession of the Selden Center immediately. The Calvary Hills School building, plus the 24 acres in that building, is a little 93,000 square feet. We would get possession of it immediately upon closing. There's an element in the agreement that allows the school system to retain a small amount of space until October as they transition equipment to the new school. They need a place to consolidate some of the equipment and then move it over time over to the new school. So we've accommodated that until October of this year. And then the Huntsville Center for Technology, that is 38 acres. You see on this list, I've excluded the buildings because we don't assess any value to those buildings as we intend to demolish them. They will still have programming there, they know, through December of 16. There is a provision that allows them to come back and ask for an extension of that. So as it's in the current agreement, we would get possession of the facility on the January 1st of 2017 once they vacated. There's some programs where they have some decisions to make on exactly where they go. And so we'll certainly work with them to make sure that those children are accommodated appropriately. And we'll take possession of that facility and begin our programming once the school system is fully completed with it. So we receive those 3 properties in consideration from the school system. What we provide to the school system is $4.5 million in cash, which is broken out over 5 payments beginning on July 1st of 2017. That date is purposeful. It's aligned with what they anticipate to be the debt service for the debt they will incur for the construction of Morris P8. So as Councilwoman Robinson noted, this funding, along with funding that they have through their normal streams, allow them to accelerate and complete the construction of Morris P8. We also provide to them the deed to the land where Columbia High School was constructed. So obviously they already have physical possession of that facility. The city had previously retained ownership of the land. We think it's appropriate to kind of clean up that arrangement and allow them to have full ownership on their side, just as the properties that we're getting allows us to gain ownership of facilities. For example, HCT, where we already have a fire station built on school system owned land. This allows us to gain full ownership. Same is true on their side. So they get that acreage where Columbia High School was constructed. And then also, obviously the major topic is the outcome with Fire Station number 3 there on Jordan Lane. It's a little bit less than an acre where that lot is. The school system already owns the land on 2 sides of that. There's some privately owned land to the south, but they would get deed to that fire station. Some elements of that agreement, one is it does not equal immediate closure. As they look at the timeline for the closure of the middle school that's located there and the marketing of that property, the arrangement they're able to make on that will drive the timeline on when Fire Station 3 actually closes, and the agreement obligates them to provide a 60 days notice before actual closure of the fire station. So even when we close on this deal, assuming that you approve it, the Fire Station 3 continues to function into the future until they're actually prepared to take possession of that land, and then we would close down. What the next series of slides are Chief McFarland's slides that go through and lay out how the fire service coverage, the coverage areas for that part of the city are managed with, assuming that Fire Station 3 closes. So Chief McFarland's prepared to go through that pending any questions that you have on the terms and the consideration provided.
Council members, any more questions while Mr. Hamilton's at the microphone? Chief McFarland, if you'll go now.
Thank you, Mayor Battle. Excuse me, council members. Appreciate the opportunity to kind of give you an overview of the fire coverage. Excuse me, I'm a little bit hoarse. But first of all, when we're talking about, we're actually in essence, we're not losing any engine companies, we're not losing any personnel. We're at the end of the day, it'll be a relocation, which we've done for years. Just in my time with Huntsville Fire Department, years ago, we built a new Station 2, we relocated Station 2. We've relocated Fire Station 1. We've relocated Fire Station 7. We just got through relocating Fire Station 6. Looking at this type of situation is just a prudent thing to do with tax dollars and what it costs to provide protection. You can't really look at it as just one fire station. You have to look at it as a fire protection system, and we have to look at the entire city and the needs of the entire city. And, you know, when people look at it and you say we're closing a fire station, you know, obviously, if you live straight across from that fire station and that station closes and just moves 2 streets over, you're obviously not as well protected as you were before it moved 2 streets over. I mean, that's common sense. But we have to look at the entire section. And some of the guidelines that we go by is the most primary thing is saving lives and property. And we do that by looking at our response times. So we've got to consider response times. When we look at that, we also consider how we respond to fires. In other words, a car fire gets 1 fire engine. If you have a house on fire, it's going to get 2 fire engines and a ladder truck. So you can already see it's a system in place to protect our city. Another driving factor of that we consider when we're looking at this is our ISO rating, which determines the amount of insurance premiums that the city of Huntsville residents pay and the business owners pay. That has to play into it also. So it's a mixture of looking at a system. One of the key things that we look at on the ISO rating is road miles. I'm going to show you some overviews in a moment, and we're talking road miles. ISO they want every building to be within 5 road miles of a fire station. We've got areas of the city that are not within 5 road miles of a fire station, and we're covering them the best we can. We've got to look at that. And so, again, we're looking at our overall coverage. So keep in mind the 5 road miles is one of the things we're looking at. I'll get this right in a minute. If you can notice the lines, it's a little bit would be red if you could see it, kind of the outlay. What's in the blue or what's in the purple is Redstone Arsenal, so you can kind of move it out. But if you see Fire Station 3 right real close to where it shows the 20, there's a little building that's right on where Fire Station 3 is located. That line now currently outlays what we call Station 3's first-in territory. Each fire station has a first-in territory that they're the primary truck in for one-truck responses or multi-truck responses. The firefighters are also responsible for checking the hydrants, doing pre-fire plans, and a lot of other work in that district. So that is a primary thing. One of the things that we looked at when we considered if we needed to close this station, we actually looked at this from us looking at what needs to happen. This is not a new phenomenon. When ISO was in about 6 years ago, we had to relook at a lot of stations to try to maintain our coverage and evaluate, you know, at the end of the day, providing fire protection, the cost of a building is the cheapest part you'll do. The manpower and other equipment is what is actually the most expensive. So relocating a building to make it work is the most economical thing we can do. With that in mind, we looked at, remember the 5 miles I told you a minute ago, we can go up to 5 miles. We don't want to go 5 miles. We need that in this dense of an area, that would be a little too far to maintain our response time that we think we need to have. So with that being said, think about Station 1 that we just relocated. All this comes into play on this. You know, a few years ago, from this building, we relocated Station 1 further west down there on Clinton. And what you're seeing there is a 2.5 miles. And if you notice, the edges are jagged. This is not a round circle. I'm very thankful to our GIS department has got the software that they can actually put a point in and it runs every road out to 2.5 miles. That's what we told them to run it. So you're seeing automatically we've almost covered up Station 3's territory out of Fire Station 1. That we can cover it there because you've also got to remember, even if you live in that district and Engine 3 is what's covering you, if they're on another call, these other trucks are what's going to cover you anyway because it's a system of multiple trucks that's coming. Fire Station 5 is on University Drive. As you can see, when I overlay it over, again, it's redundant, again, and covered into 3's territory in the 2.5 miles. And then the one we built on Drake that we just finished up, We've already had to change the boundaries. We've already changed the boundaries between Station 3 and Drake because we were already, the Drake Station could actually see property that would have been in 3's territory previously. So it's the closest station now, so we've already made some changes there. And you can see what it covers in 2.5 miles from the Drake Station. And then our other station that comes into play is the Wind Drive Station, Station 12. And when you overlay it in, within 2.5 mile coverage, we have covered all of Station 3's territory. And so when you look at that coverage, even if Station 3 is not there, from these other stations, you've got 6 engine companies, 2 ladder companies, 2 rescue companies, and 2 district chiefs that are at these other stations that can respond into that 2.5 mile area. So we feel good about being able to cover this. I think the idea would be we're not losing any manpower. We don't want to lose any manpower. We need the manpower. We need the trucks. We're looking now to see further down the road if Station 3 goes away, where does this manpower need to be put? Where does the station need to be relocated to use the manpower and the equipment to the best of our ability? So, with that showing the coverage, do y'all have any questions I can answer?
Mr. Kling first, and I'll come to Dr. Robinson. Mr. Kling?
I guess the concern I have about this when I first heard about, the whole thing, this was kind of the area I was concerned about. Okay, West Lawn and Holiday Homes, they are immediately in that location. And to a certain extent, or, certainly close by, you have University Park and you have Bailey Patton Estates, and they're also very close. I know, they can benefit. But still, those people there, they're going to be losing out that area. It's like, give you an example, where I live at the bottom of the mountain, I'm served by, I believe, Station 1, and I was served by the old Station 1. And boy, I lost out on that situation. But, that's the way the thing goes. But I guess the concern I have has to do with the response time. And what do you tell the people of those neighborhoods? Instead of 55 seconds, it'll take you 2 minutes and 50 seconds or something.
It will obviously be a little bit longer response time when we move this station for the people that live right next to that station. One of the things that I think we all can look at, Station 3 is our oldest station right now. It's almost 60 years old. So we're looking at a 60-year-old station that's sitting there. And, I would be in a position to recommend to the mayor and to y'all what we need to do with that. And when I look at it, and let's say, okay, let's rebuild the station. From my standpoint of looking at the whole system, when I look at it, and let's say that let's say just move it a little bit and build a station, I would be hard-pressed to come back to make that recommendation knowing that I've got other areas that don't even have a fire station within 5 miles of them in the city of Huntsville. And, where can I justify, when you see the placement of Station 6 on Drake and Station 1 and all within this 2.5 miles, first to find the property and to rebuild, and where would you put it that would be to make the most sense for the most people, for the most citizens of Huntsville, compared to other areas that we're still looking at that's still growing that don't even have 5 miles. That, Councilman McLean, that was my concern there of if we do something.
My concern when Station 6 came up, y'all brought Station 6 to us and said, because of things changing, you want to close Station 6 and move it to Drake Avenue. Understood that, but never in that whole discussion was there any discussion about, okay, we're going to close Jordan Lane. And, people out there, it's a crazy world out there, but people do have fires. And yes, there's the emergency response issue too that y'all have brought out as being, an important component of fire. You're not just fire, you're fire and rescue. And, I appreciate that. It's just that those are the areas of the city that, they deal with a lot of challenges that go on, law enforcement, other things that take place. There's been rescue missions, there's been other things that have taken place. I just don't want to decrease the response time that they're going to have, take that away from them.
Yes, sir.
Holiday Homes, they have been very, very, very active, building up their neighborhood civic association and working, with the police department on things. And certainly Bailey Patton Estates, West Lawn, and University have also been, University Park have also been working on things. And I just feel like we've had a lot of things go on in a positive direction, and, you know, it's still taken back.
But, Mr. Kling, you know, from an administration standpoint, our job is to have efficient use of taxpayer dollars and efficient use of taxpayers' dollars, and to provide adequate protection. Adequate protection is within a 2.5 mile range is one of the best ratings that you can get anywhere. And if you can provide that adequate protection and do that, why wouldn't you save the taxpayers their money? At some point, even if we don't sell it here, that station will close, because we now have a chance to sell this station, but at some point that station will close. Chief McFarland was telling us before we even got into this conversation that there was redundant coverage throughout that station. If we have redundant coverage, why not move it to an area where we can actually provide better coverage and do the job that we're supposed to do as a fire department and as a city in providing fire coverage? I understand your concern about an individual neighborhood, but they are still going to have very adequate services right there from that Station 6, and it's not a long haul coming up Drake Avenue, getting to Holiday Homes or any of those areas.
Well, remember, those are neighborhoods that have densely populated, you know, neighborhoods because of smaller houses, smaller lots. What happens if you're talking about the secondary would come in? What happens if the secondary is out? You get the primary is covering something going to a call in another area. What happens if the secondary is out? Can you get in a situation where you've got people from this station going to this part of town, and then a station way over in this other part of town has to come in?
We run into that quite often. We actually look at this on a daily basis, quite frankly. Every time we have a fire, if you're thinking what I was telling you a minute ago, we're tying up at a minimum 2 engine companies and a ladder company. And then if we have to add a RIT team for the safety, we add one more engine company. So every time we're actually having a working fire, our district chiefs and dispatchers are looking at the holes we have in coverage, and we're actually moving trucks. We will actually move trucks around and shuffle them around to make sure if we know it's maybe a simple medical call that we'll be tied up on 10 minutes, we won't move a truck. But if it's a house fire that we may be tied up on an hour and a half, we're already shuffling trucks and trying to move them in closer to try to obtain that coverage. We do that on a daily basis now. The stations don't move, but the trucks are moving to maintain that coverage now.
Well, I know that you know, Huntsville has areas that are real sparsely populated on the outlying areas, and you know, that's a challenge to try to cover out to Greenbrier, or even out to, if there are any residential areas, you know, toward 65. But this is an area, you know, it is concentrated. I mean, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a vacant lot. There are probably 2 or 3 in Holiday Homes, but that's it out of all those, you know, several hundreds of lots and everything.
Yes, sir, it is. We actually looked at when we moved the boundaries, when we put Station 6 on Drake, it actually took part of 3's territory then, because it was just line of sight. You could see the houses coverage, and so that's another area that we looked at where if we absorb this district with the surrounding stations, each of these stations, Station 5 won't be first in on University, but 1, 6, and 12 on Wind Drive will all absorb a little bit of that district. That being said, we're already doing some of it with Station 6 now. I pulled the stats on the runs from January 1st through April of this year and compared them with January 1st through April of last year. And we've actually had a 20% decrease in runs in Station 3's territory on Jordan Lane since last year to this year.
You said, I just want to make sure I understood, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I heard it wrong. Part of Station 1's coverage would come into this area, or they could have done some things?
We moved some of Station 6's on Drake. So we picked up some of that on Drake and some of those areas in there because they were so much closer when we put them on Drake than the Jordan Lane station. That's a little bit of an impact. And I will tell you, I was actually frankly surprised when I pulled the numbers and when I had them pulled, and we had a 20% decrease in the Jordan Lane station's number of runs compared where we picked up some of it already with Station 6. So there's areas that was 2 years ago was covered by Station 3 that are covered by Station 6 now, and we've never missed a beat. We've still provided the coverage. We're already doing some of that.
Okay, well, I know y'all drive fast, and you know, but, let me back up on that. You know, of course, I know y'all get out the best you can.
We respond rapidly.
But You know, if you've got one or two other stations that are supposed to be backups and they're out on calls, you know, things could really get bad.
Well, it could, and I mean.
Station 1, it goes pretty high up toward the mountain, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It covers all of this up behind Maple Hill, all of this area up in here. You know, that's.
And it goes over in that westward area.
That's the shuffle that we do each day. Every time we actually have a working fire, is moving some trucks around. To what we try to do, for the best way to explain it, if I've got 3 stations out, I can move at least one from over here and create one small hole to fill this big hole over here to try to maintain that coverage, which is the best you can do in any scenario you're doing.
Okay, well, it just seems kind of scary, and it pulls out. Seems like you're pulling out one of the plugs by doing that in that central area.
Well, we've got 2 what we call B trucks, 1B and 5B, where we got a station that's got 2 trucks in it, and they actually pick up that coverage. They move that coverage for us. Typically we use those to help fill in those holes, because we don't know where those holes are going to show up at. You know, we have the fires.
Do y'all have any type of breakdown of population or residential? I'm just using residential, but commercial, but I mean dwellings within each of the fire stations, so that each of the zones would be somewhat equal? Or how do y'all come up with your zone?
We try to look at on response times. We try to look at response times, and keep in mind that as Huntsville's grown, where we had downtown with Station 1, and then a Station 2 that we moved years ago, and then Station 3 was a third one. Some of the issues that we deal with now is the requirements not only have houses and neighborhoods built up, but fire service requirements and response time have changed over the years. So we're taking a lot of static places and trying to make them fit in to a dynamic situation. The ISO regulations, they've changed at least 3 times since I've been in the fire service. You know, we try to stay on top of those to keep our insurance ratings lower. And again, we're trying to do that sometimes we try to look at that when we're talking about if we need to move this station from one location to the other. That's one of the considerations.
Chief, how many years you been doing this?
I've been in fire service 32 years.
And do you have any worries that we can provide adequate fire protection in that area?
I'm comfortable, Mayor, we can provide adequate fire protection in that area.
Dr. Robinson?
You may have answered this, but there's been a lot of data out there, and I'm not sure I'm tracking it all. Fire Station 3 is in a very densely populated area with a lot of elderly folks prone to medical issues, older houses prone to electrical issues. So it's probably an area that gets a lot of calls. Do you have a sense of how many calls it gets relative to the other stations around there?
It's one of our busier stations. It is one of our busier stations. If we weren't able to divide that load out amongst at least 3 close-by stations, I would have a concern with it.
How many trucks are there at that station?
Station 3 on Jordan Lane has 1 truck, engine 3.
Okay, so with all those calls that they're covering with 1 truck. I'm assuming then that there are a number of times where somebody else has to cover for them.
There's some times when that truck might be on a call, and we will have to pull one of the other trucks we're talking about to cover a secondary response.
And in those times, have you ever had a problem when somebody's covered for Station 3?
No more than any other station pretty much in the city throughout.
So the model works? I mean, the model that you're proposing would work?
I think the model works. There's some other dynamics we could plug in real easily. If you're talking downtown, you're talking medical runs. Things that's going to plug in, our guys are going to get there first and try to stabilize a patient. HEMC's going to arrive and assist with that stabilization and transport. One of the things that would drive that real quickly, if we have a medical run, say out past the jet port in that area out there, not only is HEMC possibly further away, our trucks are going to be tied up on the scene a lot longer out there, whereas Station 3, we should have a HEMC unit there with us. We'll have that patient package on the way. That truck will get freed up a lot quicker, if you're seeing what I'm saying. Its time actually on scene is going to be a lot less than some other stations when you're working in that area.
I guess what I'm getting at is you've been doing what you're proposing all along.
Yes,
and
a lot of it.
And it works.
It's working. We're from the group I was telling you of. Station 6 has an engine company and a ladder company and a rescue company. And keep in mind, the ladder company and the rescue company is the same manpower. They swap over. But you got 2 companies there, 2 companies of crew at Station 1, 2 companies at Station 5, 2 companies at Station 12, and then we got 1 company at Station 3 that we're talking about would be displaced from those others that are in that group.
But, if I'm not interrupting anybody.
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
But you're displacing a fire station, and all those hundreds and hundreds of residents in that immediate area, they're not being displaced. They're staying put, and that's the issue.
Councilman Kling, I understand your concern with that. I do, and I understand the residents' concern. If you live there and you know that this is a fire station that served you for years, and then all of a sudden it's not there because you don't really know. I know where that other truck's probably coming from, but the citizens may not know where that other truck's coming from or how far out it is.
Now, Chief, you say that it's working now with 3 where it is.
Yes, sir.
If it's working now, it's accommodating the citizens in that area, why would we want to change it?
One of the, Councilman Shires, one of the things that we were looking at is at some point, I've been telling our folks in the fire department all along that station may be moved somewhere else because of the age of the station. I mean, we've got a 60-year-old station that needs to be, we probably need to redo that station. We've got it's an older station. It's just harder to keep up. There's a lot of maintenance involved in it. So, we could keep working with a 60-year-old station on that property and keep maintaining it, or we could envision maybe another location close by and move it there. However, again, I guess my concern would come back. I'd be hard-pressed to make that recommendation knowing the overlapping coverage that we've got. I hope that answered your question.
Dr. Showers, does that answer your question?
Well, he answered my question, but I'm still concerned that we're putting age over service. I just don't want citizens, I've been through this before, Mr. Kling. If it's working, and I'm going to restate this, if it's working as it is, Chief, and citizens are being accommodated in the set time in that area, we're going to increase the time by moving that station.
Yes, sir. It will increase the time. If we move the station, the time will increase some.
Then let's let it stay where it is.
And that is certainly this governing body's choice to look at, and the mayor's choice to look at.
But your problem is that you're going to have to add another station at some point. When you have to add that other station at some point, and you've got redundancy in the system right now with the coverage, why wouldn't you place the people at this station over to the new place and end up being much more efficient in your government operations and making sure that we worked as an efficient government? I mean, you have very adequate coverage here. You're talking about you're within 2.5 miles of any fire station. And we're talking about 2.5 miles when the real requirement is 5 miles. But you're within 2.5 miles in these dense populated areas because we want to stay within 2.5 miles to have the right response time. But you are very, very close. And then if you want to, in the future, as we have to add the next station, we just move the personnel from that station over to the next station. But this is what we have to do to show that we're being wise stewards of the taxpayers' dollars in this.
Can I ask a question?
Mr. Kling, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could I add to what the mayor was saying? Is that okay? The questions you're asking is the same series of questions that I ran the chief through as we went through this analysis. And while the age of that particular building is obviously an issue that we would have to deal with in the future if we intended to retain it, that's not the reason for our recommendation here. If we felt as though a Station 3 in that particular part of the city was necessary, we'd be recommending build a new Station 3 somewhere on an adjacent lot or within a very short distance. But that's not the recommendation. What Chief has laid out and shown here in the coverage maps, and as the mayor's pointed out, he used a very, very conservative coverage area. The standard for ISO response is 5 miles, and what you're looking on the map is only 2.5, okay? And so the reason we're recommending closing it is because Station 3 is completely redundant to multiple surrounding fire stations. And so as those new fire stations over time were brought in, and some of you were on council at the time that you approved the construction of those new fire stations, and though it may not have been done in the context of a future closure of Station 3, as we've looked over the decades, building of new fire stations and moving them, and the patterns of people migrating around the city, the construction of buildings around the city, and ultimately the movement of those fire stations results in the closure of fire stations. And so even without this agreement, we would be coming to you here pretty soon with a recommendation to close Fire Station 3. And why would we do that? Because the equipment, the people, the resources that are inside of that building, and as the chief has pointed out, the building is the least expensive part of providing fire service to a particular area. We can build a new fire station building for about $2.3, $2.4 million. And in fact, in the last capital plan, you approved the construction of the next fire station the chief has already assessed is the city's priority. And so that equipment and those people will go to that new fire station building that we've already contemplated building here in a couple years. And that's not anywhere in this part of the city. In fact, it's far west, because that's where the growth has occurred. That's where, as Chief mentioned, we have structures right now in our city that are not within 5 miles. And note, this map only shows 2.5 miles. We have structures in our community right now that aren't within 5 miles of the station. And so that's why we recommended to you, and you approved in the capital plan, the construction of a new fire station here in the near future, is so that we could provide that coverage. And in fact, by far the most expensive part of providing fire service to a particular part of our city is the equipment and the people that fill a building that come out of Fire Station 3. And so while the timing of this is influenced by our proposal to do the school purchase and make this property part of the consideration because it adds value and it symbols property for the school system and makes it much more marketable for them as they seek to move those facilities and not allow those buildings to turn into a blight in that part of the city. All that's really affected by this decision is the timing of closing Station 3, not the fact that we would come to you with a very strong recommendation to close Station 3 in the very foreseeable future. So, there's a lot of things that are important as we talk about Station 3, and the age of the building is important, but it's not particularly relevant to this discussion because that's not why we're recommending it. We're recommending it because that is not prudent use of the taxpayers' resources right now, because it's completely redundant to multiple very capable fire stations in the immediate area. And that's the basis of our recommendation to move forward on this agreement now, is essentially to accelerate plans that are already in development that you have already considered here in the very near future. In fact, you've already approved components of that plan in the capital plan.
If I could comment on
Mr.
that.
Culver.
Thank you, Mr. President. Most of those residents that you're referring to who are not within a 5-mile radius of a fire station, most of those are in the district that I represent further west. And of all people, I should be the one who is jumping up and down about let's move everything west and get people protected there. And I do want to do that. However, I do have a concern about that particular station, and I'm going to tell you why. We're going from 55 seconds possibly response time to 2 minutes and 55 seconds or even 3 minutes. And in those particular areas, and I do kind of co-pastor a church in that area, and they're mostly our senior citizens in the Holiday Homes area and other surrounding areas, Councilman Clean, that you've talked about. And 3 minutes, I mean, can be a very long time, especially with those older homes that are not built like modern homes. Accidents that occur in that area that fire and rescue has responded to in a timely way, those few minutes, difference in 55 seconds and 2 or 3 minutes, could be a difference in life or death. So I have to admit that while I'm excited that we're trying to do more west, we certainly do not want to do that at the cost of predominantly our senior citizenry. So that is a concern that I have in terms of erecting a new fire station. McDonald does it all the time, you know, tear it down, rebuild it. And also, I can't see why this would be a relationship stopper to all of the other things that you've presented. I would think that if I were a business owner and looking at purchasing the West Lawn property without regards to what I am going to do with it, I would want to know that there's a fire station in proximity, just right there, you know, next door, which saves also on insurance rates. So there's a lot, you know, that has to be factored in.
So I would tell you, Councilman McLean, we share your passion for the safety of our citizens, and I don't think you could find anybody in city government who cares more passionately about it than Chief McFarland, and certainly all of the firefighters who have sacrificed a great deal to go into that service. You know, they certainly don't do it for the money. They do it because they care passionately about it, and that's why he has spent 32 years of his life doing it and developing the expertise that he has, and that's why he's the chief of our fire department. We wouldn't be standing here having this conversation if we weren't absolutely certain that that part of the city is appropriately covered. In fact, if we look at all of the fire maps, I think we'll find that that part of the city is probably covered better than any other part of the city, given the proximity of all those fire stations. That's not wrong for all the reasons you've stated. The reason that Fire Station 6 and 12 and 1 and 5 are located where they are is to provide that level of redundancy in that part of the city. And so, you know, as we look at response times, there is very good response times out of those fire stations in that area. And Chief McFarland would have been standing on my desk had he not believed in that. We would never had the conversation had he not come and brought up the fact that Station 3 is now fully redundant with the opening of Station 6. And as we began the conversation about what's the future of fire stations, before this purchase ever came up, we were already having the conversation about Station 3 is now redundant. It would be the next to go as we look at that long-term plan. And so that's something that the chief and his folks are looking at continuously. I think the mayor, and certainly I on the mayor's behalf, demand that of him. And that's where this recommendation is. But if we were concerned that those other fire stations would not be close enough and have the ability to cover appropriately, and as we've stated here, we're using a standard that's half of the response time required by national standards. It's those national standards that drive insurance rates. And so, yeah, is it great to have a fire hydrant in your front yard? Yes. Is it great to have a fire station directly across the street? It is. And it's an incredibly small minority of structures in our city that can say that, because there's only 19 fire stations, right? So, you know, if you're the one who can step out of your door and throw a rock and hit a fire station, you love it, but there's very few people that can do that. And that's why the chief does the analysis that he does. He has a very capable team that does that analysis. And so we feel very strongly that that part of the city is appropriately covered. And the best use of the resources is to look at that migration of that fire station to another part of the city that is not appropriately covered.
I want to say something, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, Chief. I'm, you know, perhaps being a little bit facetious on this, but, you know, just blurt it out anyway. The old fire station, okay, the fire truck that's in that fire station, is the fire truck's response time to wherever it has to go in that area, is that going to be lesser because it came out of an older 60-year-old building versus coming out of a brand new building at the same location? I'm just being cute. I realize that. You know, that's the response time is not going to be affected by the structure. And yes, I understand there are maintenance issues that you probably have to deal with.
That's it. Councilman McKinley, it won't.
Yeah.
It won't. And forgive me for using. Maybe I missed when I'm talking a 60-year-old building. That's not the reason we're doing this. It's a factor. You know, we have to look at all of those factors. And as we've talked about, this is not a new thing to us. I had a staff meeting last year for 3 days and talked to all of our people things we were working on. And I mentioned to our staff then that in the future, possibly Station 3 would possibly be looked at and being put somewhere else. So again, it's just this timing here. But the 60-year-old building is just a consideration when we're looking at the management of the whole system.
Let me just say this. I'm sure y'all are right. Y'all, put a lot of time and trouble into this presentation and everything. And you're right as far as dollars and efficiencies and things like that. There's a human element. That section of the city has dealt with rescue missions. They've dealt with fallout from public housing. They've dealt with crime-related issues. It's an older area. And bless their hearts, those poor people have been stuck with Bill Kling on the city council representing them. So, they got everything going against them. There is I think, a human element. Yeah, you're right. There would be cost savings and efficiencies that could be obtained. But I think there are some things that, have to be considered the human element. Taking, human engineering, providing what we can, showing people that area, an older area, that, city government is behind them. Councilman Showers may remember way back when he and I were advocates about 15 years ago, whatever, of trying to keep twice-a-week garbage collection. Yes, we were gonna lose money or lose more money than we lose from once a week. But again, it's, we're a service provider. We provide services to our 180,000 citizens. And yes, I think anybody could look at this and say there are efficiencies and things that y'all have come up with. But, I think there's a human element in, providing support, for this neighborhood area. And yes, you would reconfigure the fire station boundaries so that you would have smaller districts, which means better response time if you had an extra fire station in there that you originally weren't planning on, and better coverage on your backups. So I guess I'm just kind of putting it out and throwing that out to you guys. I guess that's the concern. Yes, it's not as efficient as it would be the other way, but we're dealing with people out there. People like those folks in the audience.
But we're also
hold on a second. Dr. Robinson has been patiently begging for the floor, and y'all keep talking. So
I'm sorry.
If everybody would ask for the floor, Mr. Klinger, you finished?
Yes, Mr. President.
Dr. Robinson.
How many stations? You've got 5 stations, including Station 3 in that area. How many trucks come out of that entire area with those 5 stations? Like 12 or 9?
Not counting.
Chief, you're going to have to go to the microphone, speak loud in the microphone. The people in the back got to hear you.
Station 6 has 2 companies, and it's actually 3 trucks. But again, I want to clarify it on manpower, because manpower is really what we're looking at.
So you could send out 2.
2 out of Station 6 on Drake, 2 out of Station 1 on Clinton. You pull 2 out of Station 5 on University, and 2 out of Station 12.
And then 1 out of
One out of
Station 3, so that's 9, I think. Is that right? Did I do the math right? No, 10, 11. Something like 10, 9 or 10. So basically you're losing 1 truck out of that system with this, because what you're looking at here, and I think this is the leap that we've got to make, is we're not looking at individual fire stations. What you're seeing up there is a system. It's a fire protection system for a community. Back in 1972, whenever Fire Station 3 was built, it was the fire system, protection system for that community. But as the community grew and as new fire stations were built, you now created a system. And at any point in holiday homes, if you have a fire, a truck could come. It may come from Station 3, it may come from Station 6, it may come from who knows where, because it's a system that works together. So if you lose 1 truck out of that system, the system is set up with redundancies that it can serve the community from wherever. And so, which is where the efficiencies come from, and why we can continue to ensure protection. But if we're just with a model that assumes that only trucks from that neighborhood station will serve houses in that neighborhood, then shutting that station down is a problem. But if you look at it as a system that is served by multiple trucks in multiple locations, then it works.
Yes, ma'am. And another point that I looked at, is the safety of our firefighters. I do look at that. I'm looking at the safety of our citizens. I'm also looking at getting enough manpower on that scene. And as you can see, we can cover that. I'm also looking at, say, some of the stations we talked about out west. Mm-hmm. I'm a little concerned of pulling some manpower out of this area for the safety of our firefighters. But I've got firefighters out west that their next closest truck is 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. And so when I have to consider that, I've got to look at it. And the other thing that we'll deal with ISO is not as much, again, it's going to come back to a system, is not as much did we move that station. One of the factors that they put in numerical context that they figure on is station placement for the whole city. So they're going to look at our deficiencies in other areas that may cost us ISO points for all of Huntsville.
Because you're looking at that system.
They
So
look at
by
the system. They
so
don't
by
look at just one
moving the equipment personnel out west, you create a stronger system out west.
Dr. Robinson, you through? Mr. Culver, and then
Thank
Mr.
you.
Kling. Mr. Culver.
Thank you. And we've engaged in some very good discussions here, and there are pros and cons on both sides. However, it is getting late, and I do have a supposition that I think might work. Mr. Geoffrion, I know I'm not making an official motion at this time, but if there were to be a way that we can move forward with this agreement, accepting the fire station, if we could come back and revisit this at another time, is there any way that we could perhaps, and I want to know before I make a motion on it, is there any way that we could make this happen? I'm sensing some urgency here, and this is the smallest parcel of property, but if we could just maybe omit this, take it out of it, and come back and revisit the fire station later, because I like all of the other things that I'm hearing about these various properties.
Mr. Culver, this piece was an integral part of the consideration from the part of the Huntsville City School System. I certainly can't speak for them as to whether or not they would agree to move forward if that element or that item were removed. They had requested that it be part of the consideration. They have approved it based upon that as part of the consideration. And so to remove it tonight may jeopardize the entire transaction. But I cannot speak for the school board.
Mr. Culver, are you finished?
I'm not sure if there's a school board representative, a school representative here who can speak to that, one of their lawyers perhaps. But I would like to know, if at all possible, whether or not it would be a relationship stopper, understanding its importance.
I think, the school board has approved the agreement as it currently stands. If we choose to reopen negotiations, then it'll go back through their voting process. I mean, one member of the school board can't speak for the entire school board, as you know. So, obviously, we would, if you disapprove this agreement tonight, then we'd have to consider whether or not we move forward. But a renegotiation and then restarting the process, I think, is what would have to happen.
Okay, that satisfies my inquiries. Thank you.
Mr. Kling.
I guess one thing I'd like to point out, with what Dr. Robinson was talking about, basically when that station was built, again, it's an enclosed area. I'm sure there's been some population changes taking place, but again, it's an enclosed area, so it's not like the area served by that station has just doubled overnight. That area, those census tracts, I guess we looked at them back in the 1960s compared to now. Making a guess, there's probably not much difference. One thing I'd point out, let's say we do take that station offline, and here we go back to talking about this secondary coverage. That area, that station on Patton Road, Jordan Lane, and again, that's right in front of a major artery. It's in a good location to zip down, 565 or wherever it needs to go if it's a secondary station that has to go out west. If we take that station out, what's going to be the next nearest station to provide secondary service to that western area? I'm just throwing that out for what it may be worth.
Well, the next station west would be Wind Drive, going west, coming off of Wind Drive, coming into it. And of course, we've got Station 11.
I mean, what's to the east of it, as far as what would be the next eastward station from Station 3?
If you were going west, it would be Station 1. Station 1 would be your next closest station on Clinton, and it would run a close race with actually even Station 2 on Lehigh because of your access to the interstate. They can actually be on real quick on the ramp and be coming past. So There's a lot of dynamics involved in that.
So okay, I understand about the speed time and everything, but it sure looks funny that instead of Jordan Lane, all of a sudden now you're going up to the eastern part of Clinton Avenue, near the Parkway, and that's a big distance.
Well, it is, but I get what I'm talking about there. If you're talking about going west, your access to that interstate, 565, you can be right under it, but if you can't get on it there, if you have to drive around, you still got a problem. So Station 1 on Clinton would be the next closest one.
Council members, and I've listened to this, I've supported this before he came in tonight, and I trust Chief McFarland. He's got 32 years experience, and John Hamilton has excellent experience being the garrison commander at Arsenal. These are two highly educated, highly professional, highly knowledgeable people on this issue of where coverage derives from, what stations are closest. Obviously, Chief McFarland has been able to stay every station. I don't know where Station 1 is, or 2 or 3, and he's doing a great job. I think we need to trust and verify, and we certainly, I trust, and I think we've certainly verified this tonight. We have asked many questions as a body. They have answered every one of them. If you have questions, let's ask some more, but I think they're doing a wonderful job. I know they have the best interests of the city at heart, the whole entire city, and I do agree with Mr. Kling that one neighborhood's going to be affected. There's not many neighborhoods in Huntsville that have 55-second coverage, and if we're going to provide that to our citizens, we better pony up at the capital budget time. I can't imagine what that would cost if everybody comes in here and starts saying, I want 55-second coverage. We've got to stick with the ISO ratings, and I think that's fair. We're trying to do our best for the entire city, and so I would ask that you trust the administration on this. Verify, keep verifying, and that's fine, but I think they deserve our trust. They have the expertise and experience on this issue, and they should get our trust.
I appreciate the hard work and the expertise they put into it. It just seems like a lot of these types of issues just seem to come up to us as we got to take it now. Here, you got to approve this tonight. This is the first, I'd ask questions, express concern, but this is the first time I'd seen the presentation. We've had other things that have come up. We've got to have this approved right now, in relating to other districts. The University Park sale, lack of notification to the neighborhood over there. It's just, I think it would help the process if we, maybe it gets into more work sessions, but just having more presentation, more things where we have a chance to digest it.
Thank you.
Going out to neighborhoods, finding out about things. But again, just what I'm seeing, and just from the contact and questions that have been asked since this came out in the paper the other day, and I just feel like the little old ladies in tennis shoes out there are they're kind of concerned.
Excuse me, can you allow
Ma'am, you're out of order. Council members. Dr. Showers.
Chief, is that urgency to pass this tonight?
No, in terms of the deal, there's the next action after this would be a presentation for the variance that we talked about for use of the AAA school at the Board of Adjustment. I think for that action to move forward as it's currently contemplated, we would need to get approval tonight. I probably need to defer to Mr. Jofrion to confirm that. If it's not approved tonight, then I think we end up having to delay that action, is my understanding of the process. If you choose to table and consider it the next city council meeting, I mean, it's still, the Board of Education has approved it as it stands. If you want to take more time to contemplate it, then that's, what would occur.
Mr. Kling.
The school board members, they're they're our first cousins, and Dr. Robinson and I both have served time on that body. Dr. Wadinsky, I think, has been very good on a lot of neighborhood issues and everything. Just to put something out, I'd like to, I guess, to get Mr. Jofron to provide the motion or whatever I would need to make a motion to move with consideration of this, deleting the fire station and throw it to the school board. They're not a commercial entity. We're not a commercial entity. We're all, service providers to the people of the community, and see if there's a way something could be worked out as far as doing this project without the fire station. Let's see if that would fly.
I think you have critical timelines for the city. You have critical timelines for the school system that are going to be impacted by any delay. and particularly a delay that's going to require going back to the school system, because I have been on that side, renegotiating that. They're going to have to go through their meeting process. They're going to require a first reading, a second reading. If we need to vote this thing up or down. I mean, and it's critical, and it's a good plan. And like Mark said, we have capable staff who's recommending to us and assuring us that we have a fire protection system in place that will take care of our citizens and will permit us to create a fire protection system in West Huntsville that will protect our citizens. You know, at some point, you trust the staff and work with what's a good plan.
Mr. Kling?
I guess just for clarification, Dr. Robinson, maybe you did understand, or maybe you didn't, I didn't know. What I was talking about, just putting on the table, is do the deal deleting the fire station so that the other components could move ahead.
But the deal is part of it, and taking that out will mean you can't approve something that the school, you have to approve what the school board's approved. You can't change
Right,
that
I think
contract.
you're contemplating a counteroffer is really what
Yeah.
you're, in terms of negotiating, and that's probably not the appropriate legal term, but I think you understand.
We can't negotiate with them in a private meeting. This is what came. Pretty good thing. You know, it's just this one component.
Right, Mr. Clay, I understand that, and so if
We would
you
throw
were
it back to the school board.
Right, if you were to disapprove that, really what you do is you throw it back to the administration for us to renegotiate a new agreement with the school system and allow them to consider what would be appropriate consideration. Okay. We have negotiated this deal with the consideration from both sides as it's been laid out. If this particular agreement is disapproved, then we'll go back and need to renegotiate the terms of a new agreement and bring it back to both of the elected bodies to consider.
That's what you need
Mr. President, if Councilmembers, you'll finish. Mr. Joe Fromm.
If the council is of a mind not to approve this tonight or to want to remove the fire station from consideration, it would be preferable to do, as Mr. Hamilton said, and to go back to the table and renegotiate. The critical timepiece here is Greengate School. They are currently scheduled, this private school use is currently scheduled to go before the Board of Adjustment this month. It is my understanding they've already given their current landlord notice that they are not renewing their lease. It is not of critical importance to either the fire department or necessarily to the city, as I understand it, but it is to Greengate School simply because they need a place to be for the fall semester. And if they can't go before the Board of Adjustment this month, it has to be delayed at least a month, assuming that both the school board and the city council come back and approve a renegotiated agreement as soon as possible. It might be delayed 2 months. And if it's delayed 2 months, they won't be able to open in time for the fall semester. That's the critical piece.
And I'm very concerned about Greengate School, but that I wouldn't. I mean, we have our own business to take care of, which is the buildings, and so council members, my suggestion, if we don't want to vote on this tonight, is to hold it and ask the administration to come back with possible scenarios. But I'm in favor of it, and it sounds like Dr. Robertson's in favor of it, and I don't know how the council feels. So I'd be willing to hear if anybody wants to say how they feel or give me some idea.
Do we need to vote it down? Is that what you're saying, Peter?
No, we can either delay it. I mean, I think one appropriate thing to me, just hold it to the next meeting, and in the meantime, ask that some of the discussions be held between the administration and the school system to see if we have any options, if it's take it or leave it. If we vote it up or down, we vote it down, and then I assume they're still going to go back and negotiate. But I don't know if they'll have a. I think they won't be able to trust us a little bit, and so I think it's going to be hard for them to negotiate.
That's good. Just putting it out there, I think overall, I think it's a great plan. I like investing in the central areas. I think this is good cooperation between the city government and the school system. It's just that as part of that, I'd like to, keep what we got as far as the fire station. But again, the school board, they're an elected body. The superintendent's a public official, like all of us. So, I mean, it's not like private enterprise versus private enterprise. We're, collaborating. It's not pretty, but we're collaborating the best we can for what we all think is best, for the community and the respective neighborhoods. So I guess I'd like to see if this deal could be worked out without the fire station.
And council members, my understanding is it's only the fire station play, that everybody's okay with everything except the fire station. You don't need any more information. You just don't, y'all are, well, I don't know if majority, Dr. Showers, are you against this, if you don't mind telling me?
We have always had a gentleman's agreement and a lady agreement now. When there is a council person who wants to take more time, we've always acknowledged that. And so tonight, I want to make a motion to postpone, to work out the concerns of the council member who is asking for the deletion of the fire station. So, Mr. President, I move to postpone.
To the next regular council meeting?
The next regular council meeting.
Okay, Dr. Showers, there's a motion to postpone this issue to the next regular council meeting. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Culver. We'll call for a vote. We'll call a roll call. Dr. Showers, how do you vote? Dr. Robinson?
No.
Mr. Culver? Mr. Kling?
Aye.
The chair votes no. It's delayed 3-2 with Showers, Culver, and Kling voting to postpone the next regular meeting, and Robinson and Russell voting not to.
Mr. President?
Mr. Jeffrey?
May I ask that if the parties are able to renegotiate an agreement, if the council might be willing to schedule a brief special session next Thursday to consider this item?
And I can answer for the council. We're going to be here all night next Thursday. We're going to start at 5 and probably be here to 8, so it would be very easy for us as long as we can notify the public in advance of 48 hours to do that. And council members, am I okay in saying that?
And if we could start earlier, maybe.
Well, we may have to, but we like to start after people get off work, to be fair to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, so that item has been postponed. 15 double G has been postponed until the next regular council meeting. Now we're starting back on our agenda. We're at new business items for introduction. 14A is introduction of an ordinance concerning the annexation of land east of U.S. Highway 431 South and on the west side of Goose Ridge Drive. B is an introduction of an ordinance approving the following street name change: the new Church Street, formerly Orchard Street and Hundley Drive, from Oakwood Avenue South to Pratt Avenue, to be renamed Hundley Drive. C is an introduction of an ordinance approving the following street naming: the new gateway entrance into downtown from Governor's Drive to Williams Avenue, to be named Dr. Joseph Lowery Boulevard. D is an introduction of an ordinance regarding right-of-way use agreement with Southern Light LLC and authorizing mayor to enter the same on behalf of the city. E is an introduction of an ordinance amending ordinance number 06-1220 as amended regarding hourly rate paid to outside legal counsel. F is an introduction of an ordinance to amend section 10.21 of ordinance 01-315 personnel policies and procedures for modifications to the miscellaneous leave, hazardous weather, emergency conditions policy. We're now at 15 new business items for consideration or action. Please notify the chair of any items you'd like to hold, keeping in mind that 15 double G has been delayed. The chair holds 15F, 15 double D, and that's it, 15F and 15 double D. Are there any other items you'd like to hold?
Like to hold E, Y, C, C, and H, H.
E, Y, C, C, and H, H. Thank you. Are there any other items?
Repeat those again, please.
Yes, absolutely. Council members and the public, we have the following items held: 15E, 15F, 15Y, 15 double C, 15 double D, and 15 double H. Are there any other items you'd like to hold? Hearing none, 15A is a resolution authorizing the mayor into agreement with the Alabama Department of Public Safety accept the fiscal year 2015 high-intensity drug trafficking area grant. B is ordinance declaring certain police department vehicles to be deemed surplus property and sold at auction. C is a resolution to amend fiscal year 2013 ESG program budget. D is a resolution to enter agreement with ADECA in the amount of $20,000 for the operation of a prevention and rehousing program for homeless and at risk of homeless persons and families. G is a resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding between the City of Huntsville and Alabama A&M University. H is a resolution authorizing the city attorney to settle the claim of Diane Anderson. I is a resolution authorizing condemnation proceedings for the rights-of-way and permanent exclusive utility and drainage easements on, over, across, and upon parcels of land for the Desert Road Improvements Project. J is a resolution authorizing the clerk treasurer invoke BB&T Bank letter of credit number 9641726769-00001 for Pavilion Phase 2 subdivision. K is a resolution authorizing the clerk treasurer invoke Bryant Bank letter of credit number 1115 for Greenway subdivision. L is a resolution authorizing the clerk treasurer invoke Cadence Bank letter of credit number 4806121 for Heritage Brook subdivision Phase 2. M is a resolution authorizing the clerk treasurer invoke Service First Bank letter of credit number 16155 for the preserve at Clayton Pond Phase 2 subdivision. N is a resolution authorizing the clerk treasurer invoke Service First Bank letter of credit number 16244 for the reserve at Clayton Pond Phase 2 subdivision. O is a resolution authorizing the mayor into a cooperative agreement between the City of Huntsville doing business as Huntsville Emergency Management Agency and the Alabama Emergency Management Agency for Emergency Management Performance Grant 5 EMA. P is a resolution authorizing the mayor into agreements with the low bidders meeting specifications outlined in the attached summary of bids for acceptance. Q is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of donations. R is ordinance to amend budget ordinance number 14-665 by changing appropriated funding for various departments and funds. S is a request for authorization to advertise and fill the position of street sign and marking technician grade 10. T is a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter an encroachment agreement between the City of Huntsville and Southern National Gas Company, LLC, for Greenbrier Parkway Phase 3A, project number 6513RD02. U is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute change order number 1 between the City of Huntsville and Mark Johnson Construction, LLC, for Goose Creek Sewer Pump Station, project number 6507SM01. V is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute modification number 2 to the agreement between the City of Huntsville and Reed Contracting Services, Inc. for a periodic bid for various construction projects 2013, project number 6513 SP31. W is a resolution authorizing the mayor to a lease agreement between the City of Huntsville and McDonald Farms for the lease of farmland in Greenbrier area. X is a resolution authorizing the mayor to a lease agreement between the City of Huntsville and McDonald Farm for the lease of farmland in Cummings Research Park. Z is a resolution authorizing the mayor to a land lease agreement between the City of Huntsville and Pine Lum Farms for the lease of property from the city. Double A is a resolution authorizing the mayor to agreement between the City of Huntsville and Garver, LLC, for engineering, construction, administration services for Greenbrier Parkway Phase 3A, project number 6513RD02 and IAR 042000008. Double B is a resolution authorizing the mayor into agreement between the City of Huntsville and OMI, Inc. for construction materials testing services for Greenbrier Parkway, Phase 3A, project number 6513RD02 and IAR 042000008. Double E is a resolution authorizing mayor's agreement with Johnson, Jones, and McGehee, a limited liability partnership for provision of indigent defense services in municipal court of the City of Huntsville. Double F is a request for authorization to advertise and fill position of Parking Enforcement Officer 1 at a higher rate than minimum. The chair moves for consolidation approval of 15A through D, 15G through X, 15Z through 15 double B, 15 double E, and 15 double F. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Kling. The chair has motion for consolidation improvement. The chair has seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries 4-0 with Culver is absent. And I mentioned that the chair seconded. I obviously made the motion and Kling seconded it. 15E is a resolution to authorize the mayor to enter a real estate agreement between the City of Huntsville and FRE of Alabama, LLC. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Shower, second by Dr. Robinson. Mr. Binion, can you explain this, please?
Yes, this is a piece of property over in the Terry Heights community that's right now it has a radio tower on it. It's owned by a radio station there, and we were looking to purchase this property, part of the improvement plans in Terry Heights community.
Thank you, sir. Questions from Mr. Binion? Discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? It carries. 15F is a resolution authorizing the mayor to approve and submit the City of Huntsville 2015 through 2020 Consolidated Plan Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice to the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Shower, second by Dr. Robinson. Mr. Binion, can you summarize this plan, please?
Yes, this is essentially a plan that's required by HUD every 5 years where we do a study and look at the various demographics of Huntsville and the communities and so forth. as far as how we will spend federal dollars over the next 5-year periods from 2015 through 2020. We have determined the needs by assessing some of the areas that are vulnerable in Huntsville, such as affordable housing, new house construction, home ownership, making affordable rental properties available, supporting of public services such as the Boys and Girls Club, CASA, NATCH, and so forth. We also have some economic development areas in there where we're looking to, where we do a loan, we participate in a loan fund with nonprofits and so forth.
Mr. Benny, why does the city take HUD money?
We take money from HUD because, one, we might not have the money necessarily in our operating budget to cover some of the needs of some of the underserved areas of a city, or it might not be as high of a priority. We qualify for the funds through HUD, so we've applied for those funds for probably the last 30 years or more.
And what are the strings attached with taking HUD money?
Essentially, the regulations with HUD following, staying in compliance with HUD regulation is the biggest string. Also, we're required to what's considered affirmatively further fair housing. Affirmatively further and fair housing would be considered, one, promoting the fair housing laws, and also promoting inclusive communities where services such as doctor's offices, grocery stores, good schools, jobs are available to all residents.
And some of our citizens, maybe many of our citizens, has complained about it, what it seems like the city's attempt to disperse poverty all over the city. How would you answer that complaint? Do you agree with that?
This plan does not have anything as far as specific locations for us dispersing poverty. When we try to affirmatively further fair housing, then we would look for areas that has the amenities that all of the citizens can participate in. So it could be we could select an area that some citizens might not be happy with, but there's no specific plans to locate in any specific areas.
And by taking this money, do we agree that we'll follow all fair housing laws?
Yes, we do.
If the existing infrastructure is going to be able to handle it, and this would really help offload some of that that traffic. It would also support development that will naturally occur in that area as the school is built. So this is a really important project that I'm glad we're moving forward on.
Thank you. Further discussion? I'll call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 15 double D is a resolution authorizing the mayor to an agreement between the City of Huntsville and low bidder Wiregrass Construction Company, Inc. for resurfacing of residential streets 2015 Phase 1, project number 6515-RR01. The chair moves for approval.
Second.
Second by Mr. Kling. Mr. Hatfield, could you go over this and talk about your rating system and how you came up with the number of streets?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Like I say, these are 48 streets that are across all over the city. These are streets that graded out in between 40 and 44. We're slowly but surely working our way down and trying to get the worst streets in the city resurfaced first. Things we look at are the number of potholes, utility cuts, alligator cracks, whether vertical or horizontal, amount of traffic. Most of these are in residential. There are a few that are non-residential, but most of them are in residential.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Hatfield? I know everybody's looking forward to.
As I mentioned earlier to Mr. Hatfield, Pulaski Pike, you told the council that the next phase of it will be from Oakwood to Sparkman Drive. Was that correct?
No, sir. It goes from University to Oakwood. We have finished from Holmes to University, so we're going to continue north what we've already started.
Okay, but my main concern, you mentioned what gets streets on the list. At the intersection of Oakwood and Pulaski Pike, from that point to Jordan Lane, that street is potholed to death. Bumps, potholes, cracks in the pavement. It's just bad. And then from Pulaski to Sparkman, from Sparkman to Maston Lake, and I mentioned this earlier, and I heard you clearly. That part of Pulaski Pipe, especially at Sparkman and Pulaski, going up that hill, it's bumps, cracks. It's just in bad shape. I don't understand how a street like that and the street at Oakwood, how did that make the list? Because they have all the characteristics that you just indicated that determines what gets on the street paving.
Councilman, I can't, you know, the number of streets we got, I can't remember what all the ratings are of all the streets. I will be glad to look at that. I'm sure they're probably not far behind of what we're doing right now. My guess is, and again, I'm guessing that those are areas that will probably be on our next resurfacing list, but I'll be glad to get those ratings for you.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
What's the timeline on this?
Sorry, Mr. Kling has the floor.
Mr. Hatfield, what is the possible schedule as far as other resurfacing contracts come up? This is $2.7 million. I think that's pretty good, but you're saying there could be some more coming?
Well, we hope there'll be more coming. There's always resurfacing every year. Usually, all our contracts have came under budget, which allowed us to do some more streets. Unless one year we had several streets just caved in and had to rebuild them, cost a little bit more money, but we still came under budget. Yeah, we'll just have to look at, see how much money we have left. Dr. Robinson, they should be starting at the end of this month, and it's a 120-day calendar work day.
Further questions, further discussion? Call for vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. 15H is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute modification number 1 to the Conservation and Preservation Agreement between the City of Huntsville and Cityscapes LLC for Mason Building located at 115 East Clinton Avenue as adopted by resolution number 15-303 on April 23, 2015. The chair moves for approval.
Second.
Second by Dr. Showers. Mr. Gelfand, could you explain this, please?
Members of the council, this amendment is actually requested by the owner of the property. When this was first approved, I think the owner wasn't quite sure what kind of financing would be available for the redevelopment of the property with a third party. And as it appears, it's a 3-year financing by the owner to the developer, and the owner wanted to extend the option to repurchase the easement from 12 months under the original agreement to 3 years to match the financing period. So, you know, hopefully there's all of that will go well, but the owner was unwilling to proceed unless those two dates matched.
Council members, any further questions, discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. We're now at non-roster communications from the public. Ms. Reed, you're up.
Thank you. Yeah, I know it's late. It's be like the old times where you used to go home every night at 10 o'clock. Anyway, I want to thank the 3 of you who postponed that fire station tonight. And don't ever use the word trust to Jackie Reed when it comes to government. Please. That's one thing I don't, is trust government. Have never and never will. Anyway, I want to go back to the fire stations that we have in this city. It sounds like we're trying to want to do what the school system did. We want to make it bigger, tear down the other, at a cost savings, and it's not a quality of life for the people. Making bigger, better, less people. We need a whole lot more people, sounds to me like, to run this city. From the fire department, more fire trucks. I'm not even sure a fire truck came the night that I called when Chuck was dying. I'd like to look into that and see. I mean, you know, we've got to have more employees with the fire department. We've got to have more police officers in this city. We do not have half enough for the area that we got. I know you're looking at a budget, but that's 2 things. Quality of life for the people of this city. And when Mayor Battle says taxpayers' dollars, I don't want to hear it. We give more money to these developers to put their little business on every corner in this city. That is taxpayers' dollars. And when we start guarding their dollars, then I'll start backing off of every one of you. But I don't want to hear it when it comes to public, dealing with the public and what we need to do the quality of life in this city. I don't want to hear taxpayers' dollars. We got plenty of money for the employees, plenty of money in this city to take care of everything we need. And I think you did the right thing tonight, because I see a big sale sitting out here going on. I didn't even know Westline was even going to shut down. And, you know, when you have a deal and something like this is going on, you need to allow the public to get up and have a public hearing on this stuff. This is important. Maybe some of us had something to say. I had a whole lot to say, and I think some more people did too. But to postpone some of this stuff and not let the public get involved and carry something like this big, into this council chambers, wrong. No trust here. I love y'all. Bye.
Mr. Cox.
Jerry Cox, 4029 Telstar Circle. Mr. President, after listening to the discussion about Fire Station number 3, there's no one that has more respect for Chief McFarland or any of these city department heads than I. But I've had 43 years of observing the operations of Fire Station 3. Distinguished Councilwoman mentioned about it was about this system. Well, where I live, there cannot be a fire truck come to my house from the west. There cannot be a fire truck come to my house from the south, because that's where the Redstone Arsenal is. There cannot be a fire truck come to my house from the east because of a creek. So if you're out there except out in the outer hinterlands, fire trucks can come to you in all directions. But coming down Patton Road is where I get my fire truck. Now, y'all talked a lot about your ISO numbers. Those ISO numbers have to do with fire protection. These fire trucks and firemen are on medical calls a lot more than they are on fire calls. They're into my neighborhood almost on a daily basis, the truck from Fire Station number 3, on medical calls, whether it's at these apartments or these group homes or senior citizens that live in my neighborhood. And we talk about efficient use of the taxpayer money. We're still going to use the trucks. We're still going to use the people. We have this little small building there. This firehouse wasn't built like this castle over here on Clinton Avenue. It doesn't cost much to heat and cool that little building or a little bit of maintenance on it. And it is right in the corner of this property. So I don't know why it's such a value, going to be such a value to give away this little piece of property to the school board for that to sell to whoever they're going to sell it to. And again, just like the Councilman Culver said, it looks like people that's going to buy this would love to have a fire department right in their house. But I still am not convinced that when I go home and go to sleep tonight, if Fire Station number 3 is not up there, that I'm going to sleep well. Because the time that it takes when there's a fire in my neighborhood, Fire Station 3 gets there. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Station 6 gets there. It always has. Station 6 has always been the backup. But now with the new Station 6, it's only half a mile closer to my house than it has been for all these years. So I hope y'all will take into consideration my community on Fire Station 3.
Jerry, and let me say this. That was one of the things that we were taking into account is everybody's community. Rockhouse Landing doesn't have a firehouse within 12 miles of it. There's neighborhoods out there who don't have a fire protection. They don't have the 2.5 mile. They don't have the 5 mile. They don't have the 10 mile. So this gives us a chance to hit everybody, and everybody has at least 2.5 miles in the city, and then we get the people on the outside sections. And that was the gist of the plan, and that we could do it with a station that already had coverage throughout that within a 2.5 mile radius.
Rockhouse people ought to be down here complaining about not having the coverage. I want this fire station there for my community.
Pastor Johnson.
T.C. Johnson, 1800 Sparkman, and I want to thank the council government does work down here. This looked like the rescue mission deal that brought me into city government anyway, just to come and push something down your throat, and you said no. I'm proud of you tonight, Councilman, because we had time to talk to folk to make the decision. And in the school thing, I think everything was good. The thing going on up in Norwood Project area, Carey Hill, great stuff. But nobody has talked to the citizens, because those citizens don't deserve input. to what's coming in their community. The people making the decision don't even value or come to that communion for the most part. But you make us a cake, bring it to our side of town and say, eat this. This is what you need. And that's disrespectful. And you may be right about everything you're putting there, but consider the people that you're serving. They are people too. They may not have degrees, they may not be retired, anything, but they deserve to have a conversation, and that will make them feel like they're in consensus with and value and make it all worthwhile. That is important to the human factor. That's what I want to say. The other thing about the school, how much money is what we're swapping worth as opposed to what? I mean, we usually do land by appraisal. So we're just swapping stuff. What's the value of what the city has as opposed to what the school has? I think that should be on the table to see how much money is going which way. That's just me, you know. Now, let's see. There was another point. I would like to know what the value of what we're swapping from the school system into the school system. That's important in land swap. I'm still concerned with the 1.4 million on stone, so I'd like to see what this is going to equal up to as well. Now, to the police. We talked about training. How much money is in the police department budget for training, or are we just talking? If there's no money there, we're just talking. So I'd like when we come back, someone tell me how much money is in the budget for training. There's a scenario that I want to ask. If an officer pulls a knife at a child on Pinnacles and tell him he's going to cut the effing earrings out of his ear, is it a crime? If a police officer opens his knife, stands up, and I have kids in families calling me, asking me, how can that happen and nothing happened to that officer? It happened at Pinnacle, and that needs to be looked into. Now, Mayor, I appreciate you for what you said about us not backing the chief. That was a very strange situation. Chief was new. The things we were doing did not happen on his watch. One officer hit a white female. We paid her $25,000. She tried to fire him. Brett kicked a white guy. As I remember, I was involved in this case. And the then chief said no black man could kick a white man and keep his job in this city. Well, we fought to keep both of their jobs. We did that. That's something we did as advocates. Now, we paid $25,000 for one, but Brett, we didn't pay anything for. Can I have one more minute?
Sure.
And he's now federally charged. Brett, the officer was absolutely wrong. But when a black officer does something, we call the FBI. We didn't call the FBI on the officer who we tried, who had the unmarked gun in his vehicle, which is a federal crime, but this administration has never called the FBI. They're concerned with the treatment between black and white, and it's still going on. Thank you, Mayor.
I believe the pastor's wrong on that. Mr. Elfron,
he's wrong on 2 points, Pastor Johnson, and I apologize, but we did actually pay a $25,000 claim for the white gentleman who was injured by the African American police officer too. Both were paid. Both officers. Both incidents resulted in the same. And what was the other issue?
He's wrong on several issues, but just take a pick. Counselor, I object to your statement that we haven't been at Calvary Hills. Dr. Showers, I've seen Dr. Showers there many times. All of us have been to Calvary Hills. I was there a couple weeks ago for a Little League baseball game. We were out there coaching, helping with those kids. We've been there several times working in all those programs, and I believe everybody on the council has been there. And I know Dr. Showers has been there many times. I've been there for football games. We started the Boys and Girls Club. I've been on the board. We have all worked at Calvary Hills. So I can't believe you can come in here and you say those things. I'm really upset with you about that. So is there anything else we need to take up tonight?
Well, I guess.
And I'll go talk to Dr. Pastor myself, but go ahead.
For whatever it's worth, at Calvary Hills, Ms. Sams and myself were both there taking off our shoes so that we could participate in the sculpture drawing. And
okay, Councilmembers, anything else we need to come before the council? We're adjourned.